Bah. 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 Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another evening of, well, same old, mostly. I mean, let's be honest. I don't do much other than chill out and relax, but I do hope you can chill out and relax with me. I'm not cute. You're cute. You're the cute creature. I'm just a creature of the night, a rather scuffy one at that. One who's just trying to get by, you know? Nothing crazy here, nothing cute here, just a weirdo freak of a vampire. No, hello, Zhang. Thank you for the 48 months. Very cool, very cool. I do appreciate Zhang being Zhang. Yes. How are you doing today, the creature? I don't see a Burnty boy yet. Crazy. Oh, Burnty is there though in chat though. Just hasn't peeked out. That or they peeked too early. When you peek too early, what? Okay. EB. Well, I hope you can get an absolutely wonderful rest soon. I myself am doing all right. We're chilling. We're chilling. I was those of you who keep up with Discord might have noticed I was playing Bannerlord 2 before stream. Kinda, sorta. Like, I wasn't, like, totally so engrossed or engaged in it. I'm looking with the record. I've been adjusting things to try and get, my tracking to work in a more favorable situation for me. Or at least one that I like more. I'm getting there. We're getting there. But I do enjoy the fact that I do have facial tracking. You know, we work with what we got. And I am still learning. Still learning what's best. Thanks for the hydrate, creature. How are you doing? But that's your EP. Duh. Duration achieved. What if I... There we go. And I just not do this. And then I fire. And then I miss. And then I fire. I don't know what I'm doing. I love the smiles that I can give. You know, I'm not a very smiley individual in general, but that's why, you know, this is like the biggest smile I can give off. But it's one of those cheeky, muted smiles, right? Nothing crazy. It's just, you know, nice little cheeky. Now, if you want someone who smiles a lot, may I direct you to someone named Resident Lemon J, or Lemmy, actually. They're delightful. I'm just a slightly vampire. Hey. What? It feels slightly rotated. Oh, ever so slightly. Am I? Maybe. Damn. What is that? Hold on. I'll have to investigate. I'm not precious. You're precious. What are you up to today, Zhang? What you been doing? How you been? How you been, Zhang? How you been, Zhang? you been, Jung? How you been, Jung? Anyone here is precious. It is chat, not I. I'm spinning. An hour off early. Nice. Don't mind me. Oh, Kane, your random word is philosophical. Just like your name, very philosophical. Surely that's what's going on. Really, just, you're very philosophical chaos god. Who needs violence when you have philosophy? Who needs violence when you have philosophy? Everybody. Working off a lot, but got off an hour early today. I'm glad to hear you got off an hour early. I hope your working a lot is at least paying. I hope that you're getting paid what you deserve, Zhang. Because you're still over here subscribing to my scuffy self. Violence is always an answer. Now you're gonna... Of course. That sounds, typical. Sounds typical. That's rather typical, innit? Rather typical affair for Zhong and Gorby over there. That couple of geniuses. Imagine getting paid what you should. Not me. Not me. If I wanted a higher paying job though, I'd have to end up doing more. Well, that's a tenuous position. Because what I do, not for streaming, I don't want to get into too much, but if I want to get paid more for it, I'd probably have to end up going and doing more schooling or getting more official things sorted. And I don't really feel like I want to go through the effort for such a thing. Hello, Latent. How are you today? Latent cutie. It's good to see you. Always a welcome sight. You're more than welcome to chill. Thank you for the 11 months. Zest for cuties. What's up? What's up, Liangos? How you doing? Guys. 39 months though, guys. 39 months. I don't get to see you enough. I know it's because of my schedule. I keep a weird schedule for most people. But I do appreciate seeing you nonetheless. You've always been such a gentleman and delightful individual to see in both my chat and other people's chats. I do see you in other people's chats. I just don't usually talk in a lot of other chats. I am a big time lurker. I do a lot of lurking. Are we gonna get a hype train? Nah, no hype train. Ooh, relaxation. Breathe in. Out. In. Out. No hype train. Hello, how are you doing today? How you been, Kahes? I'm guessing work's been keeping you busy as well. You cannot contribute again, guys. Save your money. Save your money. You cannot contribute again. You already... Gosh dang it. Gosh dang it, Zhang. Well, if I must thank Kahes for the 500 additional bits, and Zhang with a gifted sub. I was about to say, didn't Zhang already contribute, but that was too long ago, so I guess this is his contribution to the point 3, not point 3, to the third event. Hello, Frozen Frost. How are you doing, Mr. Parnell? It's always a pleasure to see your lovely self. Just see that emote and think that. Frozen Kitty. King kawaii kawaii. King kawaii. Waiting on the new roomies to arrive. New roomies? Are you just getting new roomies? Or are you replacing some old roomies? You must still have Logan. Monsieur Logan is still with you, right? I have been not keeping up very well with Frozen. Yes? Okay. Harry moved out and you have some cuties fleeing the state. You know, fleeing the state sounds almost tempting, but also a lot of work. Being here for like 6 months. I see. Well, I hope that goes smoothly and nicely. Zhang, you broke your 200. Now you're at 201. Also, Hype Train dead. Oh, wait, no, Hype Train not dead. It just leveled up. Wait, huh? It just leveled up. What did I miss? It just said, showed me an unlock. Oh, does it show you things you could unlock during the Hype Train level thing now? It does. Okay, so it interrupts the Hype Train to show you that you can unlock new emotes. I didn't know that. 201. You're so uneven, Zhang. So uneven. This is almost Canadian. Ah yes, the famous almost Canadians of the northern Midwest. Okay, it's the 200 that matters. You know what, Zhang? It's not the 200 that matters. It's you that matters. It's your continued support. You as a person, always delightfully being here and supporting me. Not even just from bits and subs. Also, you know, as a community member who talks in chat whenever you can, and as a moderator who you also know sometimes boops bad actors and such. So, thank you. Thank you, Lord Chi. Zhang, this is why you and Garby have art from me. By the way, I haven't showed that art in forever. I should show that. You know the easiest way I could do this is just open it in browser. I actually got art commissioned of Zhang and Garby for, you know, them being both pillars of the community as well as longtime supporters and, you know, cheerleaders. Zhang's a cheerleader. Misfire. There we go. Let's just do this going forward. Easier than adding it to the scene or whatever and then moving it around stream. Switch to the capture. Damn. And in the way. I guess I could move that, can I? Yeah. Well, actually, all those just. Hold on, I'll just move myself. What am I doing? Look, it's Zhang and Garby. It's Young and Garby. Hello, Shira's cute and fallen. Oh, I'm not cute. You're cute, GP. Hello, GP. It's always good to see your wonderful self. Hope you're taking care of yourself. Same as well to Shira's. No, you. But yeah, I got this of Young and Garby quite a while ago. A few years ago now. Some of you might realize that this is well, Garby had a more clear version of his character in Discord as his PFE, but now he has the emote version. And I'm sure that some of you have seen Zhang's OC as well. Although he doesn't use that as his profile picture these days either. There was a time. It just memorializes Zhang and Garby's eternal war. Because you guys, any of you who hang in Discord, any of you who've ever, well, you don't even have to hang in Discord, you just had to have dropped by Discord once or twice even. Garby uses a spray bottle emote a lot because Zhang uses bombs all the time. He's always posting exploding gifts, or he used to do it more. These days he just posts cats bapping people, or cats doing evil things, because Zhang is an evil cat pretty much, right? But yeah, this is their eternal feud. Zhang blowing things up and Garby putting their fires out, containing explosions. Random side lore. Exactly, GP. That is a Zhang coded emote if I have ever seen one. That's a Zhang coded. If that's an emote is Zhang coded at all, that is one. Anyways. Bet. But yeah, let me see. I'm trying to think if there's something else I needed to do. That's my secret. There's always something I need to do. There's always something I need to do. So, neither here nor there. Anywhere. Anyhow. Oh, that's where that went. I just found something I hadn't used in forever. Anyways, what are you guys up to today? What is the lovely, adorable chat up to? Is Hype Train dead? Hype Train dead. Cool. We can chill out now. No more need to send anything my way. Hello, Ninkasi. What's up? Watching me with great interest. That interest isn't going to pay off, really. My interest rate is low. Your savings account will go nowhere with me. Get up and cleanse. Cleanse in the fire. Cleanse in the fires of... I don't know. I lost it. I'm not adorable, you are. Chat's the adorable one. Chat's the supportive cuties who show up every weekend after weekend to get out and vibe with me. I would not be here without you guys. Hope you're watching your career with great interest. I can believe it. I don't know what's interesting about me though. Nothing feels interesting about me. Oh, I'm just a scuffy vampire living in a scuffy world. We vibing. Lemoa. Lemoa. Here, my... What if I boop you instead? Boop. 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 Ah. Hands can only go so far. Mind knots. This is injuries. Concerns. I'm moving this for... Yeah, what did I have this? Don't mind me, I'm just moving something. Off screen. You'll never see. You'll never see, you'll never know. The chat doesn't know, won't hurt them. Bam. I'm escaping the Matrix, yes. How'd you figure that out, GP? I don't know. GP Big Brain. Big Brain College GP. Speaking of which, I hope that's all going well for you, GP. I hope, you know, you're finding whatever you need to do in these times. Connoisseurs have connoisseurs. The connoisseurs, the fine connoisseurs of a scuffy vampire. Enriched uranium. I want some enriched uranium. Put it straight in the bloodstream. That's my problem. Well, one of my many problems. I always get too close. Now I can do pretty solidly. Yeah. Caring is caring. Violet. Hello, Violet. How are you doing, oh adorable one? Are you ready to collect some morphine tonight? Exclamation Violet. Leave. Extra for snacks. Enriched uranium pretzel sticks. The enriched uranium pretzel sticks. It is a must. You need morphine for the cause. Exclamation mark latent. Violet, the one and only person with a command. Oh, how special. Alright, well, tonight, maybe some enriched uranium if you give me some titanium. Maybe. Maybe. I needed a titanium for something. Surely I needed the titanium for something. Hobbs, your uncle. I don't know why I thought that was funny, but... Eh? Eh? Okay. Anyways, one of the things I wanted to do tonight was get back into Quasimorph. Some of you who've been here so far, actually, to be honest, what I wanted to do tonight was actually VR chat, but my foot still isn't 100% healed. Sprains take a while to heal. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. But you know, get by. Make do. Yeah, for those of you who've been here before, I've played Quasimorph a few times on stream. It recently got an update. Yeah, I sprained my foot like like 2.5 weeks ago or something like that. 2 weeks ago. I don't even remember what an exact day was. I forgot. I just know I sprained it. What was I doing? Ah, yes. Okay, we are good. For those of you who have been here before, I've played Quasimorph on streams pretty much ever since it's come out into early access. I've played every update more or less. And you know, I've always waited for the game to get more. And the game has quite a bit more than it did when I started, for sure, right? When I first started playing this game, it didn't have all that many planets and didn't have all that many stations around them. Didn't have all that many factions and variety in enemy types, weapons and all that. But it has grown like 4 times the amount of content, I feel like. So I'm very curious to see what's going on now with this game. The most recent update added augments and implants to the game, so you can get robot parts for your operatives, which adds a whole new layer of, I guess you could say complexity, but you know, gameplay really, and modification, and, you know, getting your operatives more specialized. Pretty cool. I've already started messing around with it a little bit here. Should probably update it. But anyways, what you really need to know is I actually really enjoy this game. Long time follower, long time supporter in terms of hoping that, you know, it grows and stuff. It's kind of sort of a turn-based roguelite. These are all my agents. You only start off with like 5, I recall. And there's multiple classes, and each agent has a different stat block, but you can actually change that stuff. The most interest to me right now is this implant system. They recently added it. So right now I have a bunch of robotic body parts on this character, because normally you just start as a regular, your person started as a regular person, right? You know, you have your head, your shoulder. All these different body parts actually can take different damage and stuff like that. You have to heal them individually if they take damage, of course. It's not self-healing damage. Also, you can straight up get these parts cut off and stuff too. Not a pleasant time to get any of your limbs amputated, especially your head. But this new system, you actually, before you have like med kits, first aid kind of stuff, but these robotic parts don't wound in the same way. You actually have to use a different, like, you have to actually use like a repair kit to heal injured parts. These are some of the things I've looted. So another whole thing about this this system with the parts, like I said, they can be amputated, right? Like if someone shot it off, sure. But you can also just straight up go to a body and cut off limbs. It's up in the air on how much chance and how damaged they may or may not be after you have cut it off. But most of these parts here, I cut off from robots. Robots you encounter, and I just took them. Spider legs, they come from spiders. You can actually replace your arm with a spider claw, I guess. I've not done it yet. And it is interesting. I'm curious. But I have not done it yet. Here's a whole bunch of armor. And then here's some more robot parts. Controller unit, servos, heads. From what I saw in one of their tweets, Apparently there's some implant or augmentation or something like that that makes it so you're so so normally if you lose your head, if your character gets their head amputated by either being blown off or cut off somehow, which has a chance of happening, normally you just die. You just die at that point. But I think there's a specific augment or implant that if you lose your head and it's in like your chest or something like that, you continue to function. You just can't see anything, which is an interesting factor because there's ways of sensing things around you without seeing them. So I guess you could get by, but I would still probably recommend not losing your head. If I had to guess, I just haven't found out what that is or where that is or how it works. I'm still trying to... I found myself dicing and cutting up various body parts of various enemies to see if I can, get some sort of implants or augments. Of course, these augments aren't all like free, right? Each one of them has a positive, but also some sort of negative. So it's kind of a kiss-curse system. Don't worry, I won't chop your head off. Just about every augment I've seen so far reduces your maximum health by 5, which does matter. You stick yourself with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. That's like 35 minus health if each of these have minus maximum health 5. This one has minus 10. So only 90 HP versus this person who hasn't been augmented yet. Only has 100 granted. This one has that's a character with lower health in general. Some operators have more health than others. Like this person, no class, no experience, 150 health. 135, 135. Every character or agent clone, so to speak, has a different stats. No Yui. But there's also progression in the game with ranks. So getting your rank up with a certain character, getting a bunch of kills with them, does increase your max health pool. So this guy has plus 10 health from being level 3 sergeant, right? So that helps counteract technically like 2 implants. But this guy is also my sniper. That's what Angel of Spades is. Class. I have perks with a range crit chance, amputation chance, lethal shot accuracy. With 7.67 ammo, they have bleed damage chance. Or not even chance, just whenever they make someone bleed, it bleeds for 6 more damage. Armor penetration with assault rifles, rapid fire weapons, marksman rifles, heavy weapons, and then of course just straight up accuracy. I know this doesn't mean a lot to many people, but I find these kind of mechanics and this depth that this game has going entertaining. Thanks for the hydrate, Rui. Also know you again. Go fish, Rui. This is a Bishop sniper rifle. Pretty solid sniper rifle. Better than the early game ones, of course. Currently holding 2. But you notice I have a 3rd slot. This specific exoskeleton backpack gives me another weapon slot. Also reduces the weight of my weapons and inventory by 50%, which helps out because weight, of course, plays a role in modificators. More weight increases your satiety drain and your dodge chance. Satiety drain is just calorie count. You have to keep your characters fed during missions. But I have this revolver. as a backup gun. Specifically, you'll notice there's a stat that says backup gun in there. That's a bonus 5% crit. Just base. While having a backup gun in any of your gun slots, you get a 5% crit bonus. So this character is all about just bam, laying down an accurate, not missing shot with a full crit. This game has some interesting stat point blocks to it though. So the whole point of running sniper rifles, right, is that I don't want anyone getting anywhere near me. So not having 90, or it's only having 90 health doesn't really matter as much. But with these robotic parts, I found it very interesting. I installed a sensor which increases vision and weapon range. Weapon range is a max range that it offers the full damage that the weapon says it has. But beyond that range, it starts to lose damage for drop-off. Crit damage and crit chance, of course, very important. Those are two different mods. That's why I have 20 or 40% to 20%. While I am taking a field of view drop and an increased addiction chance, I can manage that. Shock resistance, I haven't encountered very many enemies, if any, with shock damage, so I'm not usually worried. Additionally, of course, I try to stay at range, so any damage or maximum health tendency is something I try not to think about too hard. Just play safe. Then this new implant I got is an extra projectile. So normally, sniper rifles only shoot once. Every weapon has like different modes of fire. Some of them have single fire and some an automatic fire where they burst like 5 or 7 bullets depending on the weapon. It could be anywhere between 2 to, I think the highest I've seen is 8 shot in one salvo. But this just adds an extra projectile to any of those. So with a sniper rifle that's very precise, shoots one shot at a time for high damage, having that second shot go out is actually really effective, it feels like. Of course, I don't do as much melee damage, but I'm never supposed to be in melee. I have a higher chance of being wounded, but again, sniper, trying to avoid getting close to anything. I haven't heard of this game before, just check out the log, it looks quite good. Well, I do hope you enjoy it if you do get into it. I myself have been enjoying it. I'm just starting on a new update, more or less. I have 463 hours in the game. About a third of that's probably streamed. And then this is a relatively new modification that I found and got. The lower actuator body part is this one off of one of the robots. Gives you 4. So normally there are 3 modes of movement: sneaking, normal, and running. In sneaking, you get 1 action per turn usually, but it comes with a bonus of you take less food, satiety drain, as well as you can potentially see enemies through like walls and stuff, because you hear them is the assumption. Normal mode, there's nothing special, it's just normal mode. You have 2 actions per turn. Then in a running mode, you have 3 actions per turn, which means you could essentially shoot 3 times in 1 turn. But the trade-off is, in running mode, you drain more food faster, and then you can't interact with items or doors. So say if you're trying to run away from someone, if you run into a door and you still have 2 more of your running actions after 1 move, you're gonna have to run through those 2 actions real quick. Switch to normal mode, open the door, move into the door, switch back to running mode to keep running, right? It's kind of a tactical balance. You can't always be in running mode. You could if you have a whole bunch of food with you, I guess, to keep the society drain. But not necessarily the greatest idea to always be in running. But you also take an accuracy loss within running mode too. I forgot that one. So being in sprint is kind of a kiss curse. You have more chances of firing on people or moving around the area, but you have, of course, some disadvantages as well. But this augment turns your running mode AP to 4 points. That means you have 4 chances to shoot in one turn for the same disadvantages you had before, plus whatever disadvantages it has here: the maximum health reduction, the pierce resistance, fire resistance down, wounding chance increase. But again, sniper, stay at range, trying not to get people to come get close to me. So that's a trade-off I'm willing to accept. So as a sniper who usually shoots 1 round a turn or an action, I can now shoot 8 rounds as a sniper in 1 turn if I'm in running mode. Because my accuracy is already so high at the moment, I don't have to worry about the running penalty. I usually still land. This game has a thing where you can only hit certain caps. So no matter how high your accuracy is, you always will have at most a 95% chance to hit your target. I know it says like 69 right here, right? But it doesn't account for everything. The weapon itself and perks. But after you hit that 95% breakpoint, you get bonus crit chance. So say you had 200% accuracy somehow. You'd still only have a 95% chance to hit, but then you have an additional 105% chance to crit. But technically, you only have a 95% chance to crit, where you land into bonus crit damage. Yeah, hello, Bissell. I have returned to space capitalism. They released a new update recently. I'm excited about this augment system. I'm enjoying it so far. My sniper is kicking so much butt. I've decked him out with more accuracy, more AP, more projectiles, more crit chance and crit damage. But this guy absolutely destroys. I know I've been doing a lot of explaining, and I know some of you guys don't care about that aspect of it as much. Let's go ahead and jump into a mission so I can show you guys. Espionage. What am I working with here? That is one aspect of this game, by the way. I'm just talking about cold statistics in terms of managing a character. There's a whole system with factions. Reputation with the factions tech level, the factions power, the missions they offer you. Their technology is different from the next guy's, right? So these guys, this is their tech level is 6 right now, so they can their troops are running around with all this stuff. But when you do a mission for them, these percentages are the chance that you have of getting that item after you do a mission for them. That's Ancom. Real War has very different stuff. It used to be that a lot of these guys had a lot of the same things. So the game can be very complicated in terms of if you want to dig into every little aspect of it. I'm taking things on a whole different level because I've been enjoying and playing this game so much. But you don't really have to think too much about this stuff. It just kind of comes and goes. The tutorial is... They do have a tutorial. It doesn't teach you everything, but it teaches you what you need to know, and you'll either learn things through playing, which is, I feel, is part of the point, and or, you know, asking questions or looking up the information. There is a Quasi-Morph Discord. People are usually pretty helpful and friendly in there in terms of if you're asking questions about something in particular. Then, you know, you can also search in Discord, so, you know, you can, if you had a curious question and you think it might have already been asked, you can always search. But these guys have all this technology. These guys are pirates. They have some piratey stuff that looks based on other faction stuff. It was not this way at the start, right? Like, every faction Multiple factions were sharing some of the same loot pool before. They have come so far. Like, there's 10 times the amount of items in this game than when I first started playing it. Every faction has essentially a unique fit to them now, which I am loving. Because, again, that wasn't always the case. There's some new stuff I still haven't seen yet because of this update. Like this gun, I don't remember seeing that before. A few guns you've already passed I haven't seen before. Yeah. That's not even getting to like space demons, right? Quasimorphs. The game's namesake itself. There are essentially alternate dimension beings / alien / demon things that you'll encounter that become a bit of a problem too. And they have their own unique pool of items as well. There's only one of them. Well, technically, there could be more, but I don't know. I feel like I'm doing too much explaining. I should show some gameplay. I should play some of the game. Church of Revelation, Grasshopper Technology. I came in here mostly to check on my reputation with these two factions to see which one I help out and which say sorry to. That's another thing that they eventually added to the game that's huge is before you just be offered missions, you do a mission for a faction, but now you're offered the mission, but you can switch sides and help the other person who the mission is against. So, you can manage your reputation better with who you want to help and who you don't want to help. Or, you can flip-flop and do things in between every other faction. Rich Revelation is 100. Grasshopper TE is 80. So we're going to help Grasshopper TE, which is actually going to be easier. It's going to be easier to show, for sure. We're going to show off my sniper, who's decked out. That's another cool thing, is there's like a whole bunch of lore stuff in the background that you could read if you want to. I've, been playing the game for a while, so I tend to avoid spending too much time on the reading. But there, every mission has a blurb. So of course, down here you can see my actions. I'm in normal walking mode right now. I have 2 actions. Every time I go through my actions, that's a turn. You guys can't see it because I'm in a way. Let me flip over. But this is essentially the Qmorph phase. Every turn this goes up, and that increases the strength of Quasimorphs and the likelihood that they're going to spawn into the galaxy, so to speak. Into the mission in particular, rather. Every time I move, it's kind of moving along with me. I don't know why it went down. Normally it doesn't go down. Maybe they added something or I did something that I was not expecting. But normally it keeps going up. Right now it's hovering. Usually when you start killing people though, it starts going up a lot faster because they're kind of summoned to the realm from the chaos and carnage. Also, hello Duck on a Bed, I hope you're doing well. So I'm going to go into sneak mode here, which means I only have 1 action, so everything changes on here a little more. Sit here, see? I'm going to be moving a little slower here. At 1 action per turn. This lets me potentially see people. I haven't seen anyone yet though, surprisingly. Oh yeah, and then, there's a whole bunch of random storage containers and stuff. You'll get used to seeing what you can and can't loot. Of course, hovering over it will show that you can loot it. How your character's operative class, where you see some stats. You can see here, this is my actual accuracy, 124% right now with a single fire mode. Which means I only have 95% again, so 124% minus 95% equals some extra hands. But we're not here to do math. That's just nerd things. Okay, so this is me in sneak mode right now. So I see these outlines, which means that there are people there. I'm just gonna work my way over there. And then, of course, I still have one more move before anyone else acts, so I can shoot them. Bam. Normally this shoots a single shot, but again, I have my modifier, my character's robot implant that lets me shoot an extra projectile. Guy moved because I ended my turn, right? Give them a grenade as a treat. I don't actually have any grenades on me. Anyways. Beat that person. I still have one more turn. I have 2 rounds in my sniper rifle left. I'm just gonna reload. And then if I press space, I just sit in the same spot. I'll let some people come to me. No one came over. Oh, that guy moved after I finished my actions. Let's reload again while we wait for more people to come up. I don't doubt it, Shearus. I don't doubt it. Yeah, so my sniper is very strong, currently. Feeling politely is blessed. Well, there is a redeem for that. Make it happen again. I was just showing the Quasimorphous phase thing. You can loot every person, right? So the person I'm standing on, this is the first guy who's dead in the hallway. I can take their ammo off of them. I can unload their pistol. I can disassemble their pistol. I can disassemble everything. I can disassemble them if I had a knife or a sharp weapon. If you have a sharp weapon, you can cut people's limbs off and stuff if you want, get the meat. There is cannibalism in the game. This green bar down here is my satiety. This is where how much food levels you're at. I just ate some Wagyu steak that I brought with me, which has a nice effect of +5 maximum health, but that's specifically for the mission. So that 90 health I have is now 95. That's another good thing about this augment system is you can offset it with good food if you bring in really good food that has max health bonus. As you start to run through the health, not the health, the satiety, you can just boost your max health. Hello, Fridge Maker. What's up? I'm just trying to. I was just doing a little explaining of the game. I don't need this much ammo because I'm using a sniper rifle. I shoot 2 shots around. These enemies seem to carry the ammo. If I run out, I can always pick it back up later. These are, you know, bodies of people now, right? So I was explaining, so I kind of, you know, didn't know there was going to be more people in that room. We killed a fair few. So you can also look at people. Right? So if you hover over them, right click them, you can see what they have resistance wise. So like if you're carrying 2 different guns with 2 different damage types, like, oh, this guy's really resistant to blunt damage. I may not want to use my 9mm that does blunt damage. Let's switch to my shotgun that has cut damage. Oh wait, no, he has no pierce resistance whatsoever. Let's use my 797 gun. Currently my sniper rifle is using 797 piercing, so it just shreds to him. No resistance whatsoever. Hello, Ashu. Then you can see there how much health these guys have, and then you can see their activity, and you can see their speed. So this means very slow means 1. They have 1 action per turn. So whenever I end my turn, they will take 1 action. So next turn I end here, he will run up to me, but he won't be able to hit me because he only has 1 action. So this could keep you out of trouble. Oh, he has a robotic body part. Interesting. Robotic part actuator. I want that. He has robotic body parts. Okay. Lifter. So lifters have a chance of having robotic body parts. I'm still learning what characters what enemy types have new implants, and which ones you can cut the implants out of. Because again, the implant move system just came in. But this way you can actually tell, right? You can just look at them. I'm fine because if I move here, I know again, like I said, he has one action. And then he's just right here. Damn. The sniper rifle is very powerful. I have pierce chance, 25% additional pierce chance, right? The damage itself is very high. I have 28 to 50 damage on this potentially. That's a range. If I crit, I don't remember what the damage multiplier of crits is in this game off the top of my head. But again, I just did so much damage. I shed through all of them. Not only that, but I shot 2 rounds. So even if one of the rounds stopped the first guy, the second would have gone to the second guy, right? My damage is really high right now, so I don't have to worry about, even if someone had resistance to pierce, with this character in particular, I would still do so much damage that it'd still hurt them. Hello, Divvy. How are you doing? So, guy I want to cut up, but I do not have a sharp weapon on me. So that is somewhat of a problem, but maybe one of these guys will have a weapon on them that I could take. This thing is a jammer. When you open your map, normally you can see what you've explored already, but I cannot see anything. I can see the map. Nothing crazy. It is potentially that... Oh, hello. This is what I get for not paying attention. I'm fine. Their tech level is relatively minuscule. Their actions are relatively unharmful. I think you can cut up with Big Bone. I will have to check. On that note, guys, my ad break's about to start. So normally I AFK for the 3 minutes that my ad break goes. I will be back in 3 minutes, guys, and we'll continue playing the game. If you have to go, I understand, but I'll be right back, guys. Be right back. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that. I just know with ad breaks, I don't like discluding anyone who isn't subbed or using Twitch Turbo or whatever, you know, so... I usually AFK, take the chance to walk away, and, you know, make good use of my time. Anyways, thanks for the welcome back, Brent. Who's this? Fine before, what did I do? Whatever, it's fine. Okay. The voices. Anyways, when you seeing someone use the grasshopper guns, they're one faction you don't bother getting. I find their guns, while underwhelming, charming. I like the design of their guns. I don't usually use their guns. Specifically for my sniper though, the Archbishop it's a sniper rifle, it's fine, right? The Money Keeper, I mostly have it as a backup gun. But also it just happens to share ammo with the 797. If I bring a bunch of 797 for my sniper rifles, if I need to switch to the Moneymaker, I can. The dart? It's not a dart, by the way. It's a big bone. It's bone. Dart bone. Right. Now that you have this bone, I can cut off things. So this guy has... Where's the lifter? Okay. Cyborg arm. So I cut off this guy's cyborg arm. I've not gotten one of these yet, so I'm looking at it. Weapon throw range +1. Weight modification minus 10%. Inflict wound chance 15. Melee damage 40%. That's pretty solid. So right out the gate, this is probably a pretty good weapon for any melee character, really. Throw range has often been pretty small. While very effective with an accurate throw weapon where you can never miss, that is the one case. There's a modifier called accurate throw on some weapons, that if you throw the weapon, it never misses. Of course, you have to be in a trajectory where the weapon can land at all. If you're in a trajectory where the weapon wouldn't land anyways, you won't hit, but... so Kunai, thanks for the hydrate, thanks. How you doing? Weird looking bone, you like your answer better, just like a really big beetle. Mission achieved. Whatever. Okay. Get rid of this stuff. I'm going to take the cyborg arm. Not going to be using it anytime soon necessarily, but I have it now. And his fine but like human controller. What is this? Adds a vest slot. Beam resistance, fire resistance, poison. Question is, did I get it? No, I didn't. You don't always have a chance to recover the part. This guy doesn't have the chest controller. Don't have to try. Try this. Okay, we got another arm. Hello, Stukov. What's up? What you doing? I find it's probably good to save a few of these because your operatives can and will eventually die due to a mistake or just unfortunate circumstances. So having bonus of these implants running around is probably good. One more. I'm on the hunt. Hunt for new implants that I've not seen before. You left air, no, your Vanguard. Doesn't look like Vanguards have any. Okay. Metal pipe. SFX. Metal pipe SFX. Alright, well I'm gonna go put these back in my ship because it's not all that far away. I don't expect any resistance on the way. The one skull missions are pretty simple. Just, you know, I was using this mission as a chance to show stuff. Plus, you know, this is the faction I'm trying to balance with. Toss those in there. We'll drink the quad damage. Toss the cannon there, that, because I'm probably not going to be coming back until I finish it. Hello, James. How are you doing today? Oh. Well, see, that's what you get for not paying attention. Luckily, this person didn't have anything special. They just shot me a bunch of times with their pistol. But I am now pretty hurt. Right. These engineering repair kits, very effective. They seem to clear much faster than, honestly, human limbs. My arm's not missing, it's just been replaced by robotic limbs. 1 stars are good for training new hires. This is true. How are you today, Hawk? This is great for demonstrating how the game works, though. Now I'm gonna get behind this. They have a less chance of hitting me. Bam, 1, 2, bam, 1, 2, and 3. Good, just got back from doing some shopping. Ooh, what'd you have for dinner? My sniper is very accurate. High chance too. Also, this is new with the update too. You actually have a combat log now, which is very convenient for seeing what's going on. See, like, I'm in run stance. I was mentioning this earlier. I'm in running stance, so I can't check out what's on these bodies. I have to finish the turn first. Back. This is another Vanguard guy, it looks like. Gila class. Oh yeah, that's a robot. So, this is where I got the leg from, actually. This is one of the robots I got the leg from. So any of these parts more or less have a chance of giving a implant or, you know, augment. So I'm just gonna hit amputate everything. Oh, I haven't got one of the heads yet. Lazy option got Macca's, fair enough. Detect enemies norm. Okay, that's pretty wild. My guess is that in normal stance, you'll detect enemies like you do in sneaking stance. I have no way of confirming that, unless someone else already knows, but interesting. It'd be very convenient. And of course we got one of the feet. The controller. Okay. Anyone else want a new hole in their stomach? No? And it's random dudes coming out to attack me? Well, since I'm already here, I'm gonna go ahead and go back to this. This was that 5 skull mission, I probably would have already been dead by now. Just from lack of paying attention, but, you know, I'm more focused on trying to present the points than necessarily doing anything too crazy. While this character is very effective, they're also very squishy. Getting shot did not feel good. Oops. Oh wait, now we have... Oh my. I have made a mistake. We are now addicted to alcohol. And I did not have the medication on me to remove said addiction. I don't think any of the bodies did either. Could be problematic. The 10% accuracy loss isn't much of a problem. It's going to be the potential throwing up and other stuff. Some mistakes are made. Never pretended to be perfect. Never will. Dr. Jones. I wonder if I could... No. Technically, do you still have some human parts? Cyborgs are not full robots in this as of the moment. There may be implants out that I have not come across yet, but I have not yet had to worry about that. Okay, well. Answer I seek is not on this floor. This mission is going to be a relatively short one because it ends on the second floor. I had that information going in, so it's not going to be the biggest problem in the world that my character is addicted to alcohol right now, but it is an annoyance. Trouble for any of you big enjoyers. There's a jammer on this floor, but there is a PCPU because I already scanned the floors. I know where I need to go anyways. Jammer happens to be. Oh, there's an antidote over there. Question is, will I get to it before I get to it? So that's quasi-morphosis. I was somewhat waiting for that to happen. I normally manage the grasp level. I'll flip over. Once it hits 100, enemies have a 20% chance to ecolapse, as it says there. Ecolapsing means whenever I kill an enemy, they have a 20% chance to turn in, or spawn a quasi-morph. They don't turn into it, but when the corpse spawns a quasi-morph. I'm gonna try and get this, Okay, so this only cleanses 40% alcohol addiction, which means if I use this now, I will lower the level, but I will not cleanse it. So I'm gonna go ahead and hold on to it and hope for another one. Using it now would be kind of a waste. So those red little exclamation marks make notes that those guys are now aware of me. I don't have to worry about that. I'm just gonna back up real quick and shoot at each other. Let your enemies fight each other. Game's still brutal, or was the difficulty? They do have an easier mode now. So if you don't want to be necessarily face the brutal horrors, you want a easier time and more chill time, you can play this game on an easier difficulty level now. They did add some adjustments. That is an option. You can customize a decent amount of things, which is nice. I'm just playing on a standard difficulty. Pub. It has a pub. So you can see these quasimorphs. Their body parts definitely do not look, you know, the same as humans comparatively. Some of them look a little disformed, right? You look at this guy. Typical human parts, right? Stomach, body, controller. Oh, wait, no, this guy. Controller. But then you see this stomach. Let me see if I can get that out of you. Nope. Guys are duking it out. This lifter doesn't have any mods. That is an interesting thing though. The enemies aren't homogenized these days. You know, some enemies might have backpacks on them, you know, might have a different set of gear or random bonuses assigned to them. I guess the same goes for implants. One of them might have a good implant. Oh yeah, this. Oh my gosh, I've completely forgot about this. This is the mod I installed like at the end of my last session because I was like, what the heck does it do? I had an assumption what it did, but it didn't say what it actually does in the active. So flushes the bloodstream, cleansing addictions, infections, and toxins. Well, that's convenient. I can use it every 20 turns. That's actually really good for this guy. Because as I mentioned earlier, for anyone who's, you know, listening to my explanation of the systems, one of my implants gives me a 15% additional addiction chance. So now I can just remove addictions every 20 turns. Yes. That's actually insane. That's a really good mod. That's cool. I like these new systems going on. Big fan. You guys are fighting. Don't bother them. It doesn't look like any of these convoy guys have mods. Just the lifters, essentially. For lifting. No knockback. 8 modifier, 10% reduction. No knockback means, of course, you know, it. Sometimes if you get shot or hit with something, it has a knockback chance. Some weapons. Mainly shotguns usually have a lot of knockback. So having that means if you get shot with shotguns, you just won't get knocked back, right? It can pay off in certain situations, right? Like right now we're on a space station. Say I was standing right here, I decided to walk out here, but there's someone with a shotgun hitting there, and he shot me. Bam. He could shoot me into the void of space, and game over. More addictions? Yes. You can use all the morphine you want by it. You can use all the morphine you want. No. Okay, so here, you notice this box goes red whenever I target this person. That means it's likely my bullets will be intercepted by this box instead of hitting the intended target. I want that to happen. I don't think they noticed me. Oh, maybe they did. Okay, so we're just gonna wait and let them come to us. Run. And... oh, you're tinky. They have a stomach laceration, so they're dead next turn regardless. They're just gonna die from their laceration that I left. The hole that I left in their stomach, literally. Literally left a hole in their stomach and they're dead. See? Now it's just that one guy who's coming. He doesn't know I'm there. Yeah. Move in. I want to say I didn't think he was going to hit me from that far away. To be honest. I think he's gone now. This Dr. Jones repair kit, now there is subcategories of more addictions for the virus. Yes. On the bottom it says humans polymorphs, means it can't repair robot parts, right? Where this one says robots. Right, so we're gonna go ahead and use these. These are parts. Parts. Fine. Gunfighter. Oh, he has a robotic frame. You know, because it's damaged, I wouldn't be surprised if there's less of a chance of obtaining it. I'm gonna try and Rusty. Cruising through the mission so far, very nice. Normally it's even better cruising through a mission, but again, I'm, you know, trying to make it a little more educational for people who might be interested in the game. They thought it looked interesting, you know. I got the objective of the mission, so I got the all clear to evacuate, which means once I go back to an elevator, I can take the option to get out of the mission. second. I'm just gonna check the floor, or check some of these corpses, see if any of them had any implants, because I'm very curious about implants right now. I don't have that many. There's a lifter. And both parts there. Manipulator. Straight up just melee damage, weapon throwing. I guess I don't need that because I don't get addicted. I didn't need that. Oh, you got thanks for the follow. Open my stuff out of heaven. I do hope you enjoy your stay. Game has a lot of intrinsic eccentricity. You guys know what I mean. A lot of weird, interesting little things. Like this, for instance, you know, you get cloth. Say you didn't bring bandages or a first aid kit with you. You could cut someone's clothes up and you have a chance of healing your wound with a rag. But there's also a 10% chance you straight up get a infection from using a rag because it's not a sterile piece of cloth like a bandage. Whereas this only works for humans and quasimorphs, organic. You know, for robot pieces, armor plates used to just be a crafting component. Now it's considered an armor component. Robots, just like you could use a rag before, you tear up a piece of armor, you might get an armor plate, and you can fix your armor. Or you can fix your robot parts with it now, potentially. Rusty metal also has a chance, apparently, patchwork on your robot part. Very cool, honestly. I didn't expect that. I didn't know what they were only going to do when they released the augment systems in terms of healing. Interesting. Yes. You enjoy it a lot. You plan on streaming this game yourself. Well, I hope you have a great time. So yeah, you gotta keep your character healthy throughout a mission. You gotta keep him fed, and not dead. There we go, evacuation. Mission complete. It was a pretty alright mission. I made a few mistakes along the way that would have otherwise got me killed against anyone who had more tech, but you know, we're fine. These are item chips. Sometimes you'll find them on missions. If you find an item chip or a clone chip or a flash chip during a mission, you can actually just ask for extraction and leave the mission early. You won't complete the mission or fail the mission, you'll just leave the mission with whatever you have. Because these items are very useful in terms of they either unlock a clone, unlock a class, or unlock an item to produce. Mega Chunky, thanks for the follow. My stuff out of heaven. Enjoy your yeah, these are rewards I got for finishing the missions. Random junk. Some of the stuff tied to the faction, some of it not. Some of this stuff is just scavenged technically from the mission. You of course got reputation loss with this faction. I might have done this mission backwards because I already had max reputation with Church of Evolution. I meant to do it the other way around. But, oh well, whatever. Doesn't matter. They gained power, they lost power. I can unlock this chip. I got a whole bunch of robot parts. I'm gonna toss it over here in my robot part / armor tab. The tabs aren't labeled, you can just put whatever wherever, but I have a system. I'm gonna leave some of this stuff in here for when the recycler is empty. The components I usually toss in this tab. The tab full of random components. You can see in the tooltip here, it displays actually how much you have. Under that little gold icon showing how much the item itself is technically worth, there's a light gray, dark green number, and that shows how much I have in total. I have 1,006 of these armor plates. I have 383 of these short pipes. I recycle so much. I'm a loot hoarder. I collected a lot of stuff, so when I unlocked the recycler, I was just able to get a whole bunch of random junk. It means I can craft pretty much whatever I need to. Pretty much, not everything. Some of the more high-end, more rare components I'm lacking. But if you're a loot hoarder and you like collecting stuff, you know, game might be for you. You might just be able to get the things you want. My tab where I put trade items, these items aren't necessarily used for anything in particular. Some of them have additional uses, right? Like alcohol packages are decent to trade, but you could also take it apart and get alcohol out of it. Armor cases, same case. You can trade them or you can disassemble. Originally, some of these are used for upgrading your ship. When you start the game, you have not as many systems, not as many things to work with. You kind of have to work your way up to unlock editing classes, using more items, recycling items, that kind of stuff, right? All this stuff can technically be disassembled and used for something. It's kind of a trade-off, right? Some of these items are used for other uses, while some of them are just really good for trade, while some of them you could technically disassemble and use. It's kind of up to you what you deem important or what you may or may not need at the time. This is my ammo tab. I have a whole bunch of different ammos, because, you know, guns need ammo. Weapons tab, I have some bunch of random weapons selected. My only modified current weapons right now are these course VKTs. They actually were the final stage of this weapon, the course VKT. They recently added a new stage of the course VKT, which looks cool. It has like a silencer. I want to unlock that. And of course, you guys already saw my armor tab when I was showing off the augment. I'm gonna go ahead and toss this hatchet in the weapon tab. I really kind of want to try the armed hand. Apparently this has a gun effect to it. It doesn't show the gun effect though. It just shows the melee effect damage, even though it has some sort of gun mechanic to it. That's kind of why I wish. I kind of wish this game had a firing range. So you could just go in, test your augments, test your weapons and stuff like that, and, you know, figure out a build that works well. This game technically has like an SDK or something where you can go in and, you know, grant yourself anything in the game to test and see the stuff in action if you want. But I feel like part of the magic of the game is discovery, finding the new things, figuring out how they work. So I don't know. The rough part of doing that though, again, you kind of have to go into a mission to find things out. If you go into a mission with the wrong kind of implant just to figure out what the implant does, and you find out, oh wait, this isn't working as well as I thought it was going to, and now you're stuck on the mission, and your agent gets killed, rip your agent. Have to spawn a new clone. Right, so there's some risk with trying to find out some new stuff, and that's kind of why I wish the game had a firing range. I feel like that'd be a nice mechanic, but I get if it can't be done. But anyways, mission's finished. I figured out that I have a way to cleanse addictions every 20 turns, so I guess I don't need any addiction clearing jugs. Smoke or drink alcohol whenever I need to. on that character in specific. I'm hoping I find more of those soon. Right. This next mission is going to be Real War against Forward MG. The difficulty is higher, so I'm going to be helping Real World War, which means there's going to be more enemies. I have to go down 4 floors. I have to be a little more prepared. This time I'm going to use my tunnel rats, Victoria Boadicea, codename Spear currently. They are The Tunnel Rat class is an expert in shotguns. They do extra damage with shotguns and have some other effects with them. I have a course VKT, of course, just in case. Actually, before I do that, I remember I had to do something. Ah yes, the bishop. I was leveling or improving the bishop. So this is another system you can unlock in a game. Is a weaponry in a gun workshop, a gunsmith workshop, and a armor workshop. You can improve what the weapons do. Right, like my current bishop damage is the base, which is 28 to 50. Any bishops I found are kind of like that, right? But I boosted it all the way up to 40 and 62 damage. So just straight up more damage, just like I did with this course VK. I don't think I increased it. Damage. So the course VKT is a submachine gun. Does 40 to 48 damage. It's kind of insane. That's why I kind of boosted that weapon. I really like the course VK. But with crits, 40 to 62 damage means so much more because I have 200% crit damage. Means even on a 40 damage, 200% crit, you're already doing way more damage. Whereas the course VKT's crit damage is only 150%. And using this weapon has less accuracy in general, more scatter, which means your chance of landing a crit is gonna be 30% accuracy off the bat. 10 or 20, that's 10%. Hello Chillo, how are you doing today? Anyways, what that means is I finished that project, which means I actually have to start crafting some. I don't care about this morphine right now. And the Louise productions. I want some bishops. So each modified bishop is going to take 2 days and 2 hours to go. I'm going to try and make 5 of them. Actually, 10 of them. The first batch is going to take a while. Multiplied, so it's going to take 10 days to get my first batch of 5 bishops. Actually, what I can do is, since I have a production key, I'm going to make 1 so I have 1 immediately. And actually, because I used 2 on my agents, I'm going to make a few 1s so I can have them in 4 days versus having to wait until 10 days for 5. Then I will make 5. Oh, this outcome for you. Studies in guilty gear practice. Nice. You study both your mind and your body. They'll make themselves into a deadly weapon. So this is scan. Another thing I unlocked. These are the systems, you can upgrade them. This is how I got the arsenal, right? Increases the arsenal's abilities. Research center increases the perks. Capsule lets me drop a capsule into the mission that I can store some loot in and get it out regardless if I die or not. The shuttle lets me put stuff in the shuttle. Trading, cloning. This is a whole bunch of upgrades, right? I already got them all, but very cool. Anyways. Do another mission. I want to get into this. Okay, so I have a bunch of shotgun shells. I'm going to need 9mm ammo for my course. Use the EXP because it's very effective. Have some addiction clearing for alcohol because I'm gonna carry alcohol. No, you Chillo. I will say one of the roughest parts of so there are two. This game has a little bit of a roller coaster effect in terms of difficulty scaling. Start of the game, it's going to be the hardest point, but also not that bad for a veteran. For anyone who's new to the game, start of the game is probably going to be the hardest point. Your scaling will up because you don't have that much. You don't have that much inventory space because you don't start with a big backpack like I have. You have the best gear or the best guns, so you're just recovering whatever you can off of your enemies, right? So it goes up but then it starts to go back down once you've got yourself pretty cozy and comfy, right? And then you ride for a while in this mid-ground where you could die, but you're also doing all right. If you die, it's not the biggest deal in the world, because you have backup loot, you started modifying stuff, you have production. But then you get to this point where the factions start getting really strong because they've had enough time for their tech levels to go up, and the missions just become really hard again. And that's going to be probably the harder point for veterans, people who've played the game already. It's up, down, up, down. But you hit a point where if you've modified a whole set of armor, if you've modified all your weapons, you're still gonna have a good chance of dying here and there, just because mistakes are made. But you'll be in much better sort overall. Anyways. Need a med kit. We had 3 charges. Do I have any implants on this character? I do not currently have any implants. The question is, do I want implants? My current feeling on this implant system is I feel like you kind of have to go all in if you're going to go all in with the mechanical stuff. Because if you go in and you have like a few mechanical implants, then you need some sort of thing around to repair your mechanical implants. But you also need medical kits and stuff just to heal your mostly organic body, right? It's a little complicated to me. Now, I haven't really found any Quasimorph upgrades except for the Spider Claw, which I could attach, which means I would have a Spider Claw, but that's for a melee character, right? There's no sense in having my character who carries 2 guns around not have one of those guns, have a Spider Claw. Now, if you get more Quasimorph parts, you can carry around medical stuff fine, because Quasimorph parts and human parts are both healed by most medical stuff, it seems. So but at this moment, I don't think I need any robot parts on my Hello. I really like this game. Enough so that I have like 460 hours. Alright, back to figuring out what I need. Okay, so I don't have any food on me. Tons of cans of cabbage with pasta. Guess that's what this is. I have a decent amount of alcohol, which also is food, to be fair. And I will find food on the mission. Let's get some... That should be... Some alcohol cleansing drugs. More of those, just in case I get constant addictions. I have gun repair kits. Surgical kit. Should get more ammo on the mission. But it should be fine. Actually, hold on. There's one more thing I need to look at. So, I'm guessing implants won't change. If they can go into a human part, they won't change what I need to heal myself. Weapon reload duration is nice. Scatter is not so nice. But I have veteran vests and my reload doesn't take so long. Gives me poison resist. Gives me more satiety. But I lose 20%. I don't really have any good implants. Or any that I feel work for this current build. Ah yes, defibrillators are really nifty. I rarely use them, but they can be convenient at higher tier missions, just to have another body to eat bullets for you. Alright, so we gotta get to floor 4. anything interesting on the floor. Also, by the way, for anyone who's going to be starting this game up, you don't actually see the entire floor most of the time. When you start the game out, you do not start with the scanner that's letting you see everything. Normally this would be all blacked out, right? You have to explore it, fog of war kind of stuff. But I have a fully upgraded tunnel mats combat ship. So if I wanted, I could call my mission, ask for evacuation because I have a class ship. I upgraded the ship all the way so I can see floor layouts for 3 floors. If I get to floor 4, I won't see. I'll have the fog of war. Mercenary. They just have nail guns. Nothing too threatening, but they are a little far away. I'm just going to shoot one. Other. Of course, VKT's pretty accurate gun. With single fire, 96% chance. So it's technically still a gun, 95%. Even at full auto, 91%. They don't see me apparently. They don't have very good range. I did notice though that the game did add more enemy snipers in terms of there are certain factions with certain enemy types. Ooh, AI module, that's huge. See, this is the upgraded Force VKT. Of course, it does less damage than mine does at the moment, but that's just because I upgraded mine. But this one has additional crit damage and silencer. I guess it weighs a little more too. Yeah, it looks cooler. Yeah, because it has a silencer and the bump stock. Also looks like it has a reflex item. Better invest, it's a good one. Because Buffalo backpacks are huge. That's what I'm currently using. That is something to note. If you ever come across these backpacks, they're essentially one of the best backpacks in the game because they give you this entire space. The default backpack just starts with the first 2 rows. They were Miami Punch. Secure and so I'm getting a lot of loot right now. But there's a reason for that. Normally you won't see this much loot in variety early on. And that's because of the class I'm playing. One of the best classes in the game as far as I'm concerned. Called the Tunnel. Go into here, you can see my class is Tunnel. There is a perk that this class has called Marauder. Items from enemies +3 at max rank. Starts at +1, then +2, and gets to +3. This just means enemies are guaranteed to have more loot on them. And because every enemy has a certain pool of loot that they might have and spawn with, means you get a more variety of interesting items that you might not see as much. Like, they always have a chance of giving you this, right? They always have a chance at that. You're less likely to see it because it usually draws from the lower or higher percent items, which are usually lesser quality, right? But if you're rolling more times because you get more loot in general, then you're likely to see all that. I'm gonna tuck all this away in the ship. Save myself space. I do the first time. Right now I'm taking extra time going back and forth, which can be a bad thing. I'm not particularly worried about. I have he has an AR. Didn't see me. Oh, hello. I hit someone. I hit this poor random dude because I missed this guy and hit the box as well. Only 1 health left. I shot off his leg. I was aiming for this guy and shot off this guy's leg. Scatter is a hell of a thing sometimes. So this is an automatic shotgun. It has a single fire mode, but it has a mode where it shoots 4 shots. And yeah. They're all dead. Question mark means this guy's gonna be checking out what's going on over here. Doesn't know. I had an exclamation mark, he's aware of me. Actually, bam. As of course VKT. He also shoots me at a decent rate, so I'm gonna go ahead and triple tap. I had a melee weapon, I probably didn't need to hit him like that. It's limited to the mission. So if you max out Quasimorphosis in the mission, it doesn't have any effect outside of the mission necessarily. Hello. So I've killed a fair amount of people so far, right? In the last mission, you noticed it took forever until one of these guys showed up. I flip over real quick, you guys can see down here. We're at 110 already. So they have chances showing up after 100. They're here. But what I can do is I can make some alcohol. You notice the effect it has is minus 100 to Quasimorphosis. Of course, it also has 900 calories, which means I get some food back. But it also has a 15% addiction chance. And also causes intoxication, which reduces my accuracy by 20%, but I'm not really too worried about that in this particular moment. So because it is under 100 now, this guy is going to phase back out of existence. I don't have to worry about him. I am wounded, actually. Oops. Oh god, I did get shot. So this class also has an ability. Pain immunity stabilizes all wounds, which means it has a cooldown. It has 2 cool brain. It only has 2 more turns until it comes into effect again. But bigger cooldown is like 20 turns or something like that. But whenever I take a wound, this immediately stabilizes all the wounds. It doesn't get rid of them, it just stabilizes them, which means it stops the wounds from having their negative effects. So knee fracture means I have minus 3 HP per move. If it's stabilized, during stabilization, it won't minus 3 health per move. I still can't use action mode. Or running mode. What I can do is I can go in here. I could theoretically use a Dr. Jones kit. I forgot to bring bandages. I forgot to bring splints. I'm just going to use a Dr. Jones kit. I'm going to immediately heal because this has a 100% chance of healing a wound I select. And it's going to recover in 1 turn because of how the Dr. Jones turn active works. A bandage takes longer, a splint takes longer. Different medical things, different drugs have different effects, right? Sangbui B is a blood bag. You can use it to gain some health back, but it also increases Quasimorphosis by 50. So there's a lot of interesting little trade-offs in this game. A lot of little interesting things. It has Wagyu. I want the Wagyu. I will make the Wagyu with watermelon. And truffle oil. I'll eat it. It gives me plus 5 health. Another mercenary with a buffalo backpack. I'm gonna leave these here temporarily. Drop some stuff on them. None of these mercenaries seem to have implants. None of these master guys. That's it. Minor. No, implant. Carefully step outside. Okay, so this probably doesn't see me. This guy will probably see me. The guy hasn't noticed me. Yeah, so the whole thing is the Quasimorphs are kind of drawn to blood being spilled in the battlefield, right? So I guess the idea is like bag of blood is going to, you know, sacrificially kind of draw their interest or something. I don't know. Butterflow and veteran. You're getting a lot of really good items fighting these guys. I'm gonna drop those food items right now so I can back. Current agent I'm playing with right now is pretty experienced. And I have a pretty good gun on it, so things are going pretty smoothly. I kind of want to cut up that AR, but I don't have a sharp weapon right now. One of these guys are bound to have a sharp. Ah, bone. Throw me a bone. Temporarily toss my shotgun on the floor. Hello, Jarrett. How are you doing today? Always good to see you. Sorry, I was rather distracted. I've been distracted trying to, you know, explain some of the game's core mechanics and how it works because some people seem interested. So, talking a little bit about the game I enjoy. Thank you for the iMessage, though. Okay, let's see if we can tear this apart, what we get. So there's a Manipulator, foot mod, cyborg head, I don't care about that. Controller, I haven't seen this one yet. This is a vest slot. These are the vest slots, by the way. They are separate from your inventory in terms of you can have these without affecting your inventory, and you can use them quickly in combat, which is interesting. Cut resistance and pierce resistance down, but you get beam, fire, and poison resistance. And the frame weight modifier, gain from damage, blunt resist, but you get pierce and cut reduction. So interesting. Go ahead and drop. Actually, I come back to the watermelon and stuff. I'm gonna pick these up. Heartbreak is indeed soon. You are right. They've never in chat having the cookies fixed. Or taxed. I didn't say you couldn't take the cookies. I wouldn't still burn these cookies though. Enjoy your rest, and thank you for dropping by as always. So I actually have a decent amount of these backpacks. After this mission, I probably won't need to bother picking up again. At least 4 bits. Unless I have a really bad streak and I just get agent killed after agent killed after agent killed. Which can happen. These things can happen. I'm gonna go ahead and take the smoke. Since I got the drugs, it ends the smoke addiction buff. I tend not to use a drug, or use an item that has an addiction chance unless I have the thing to get rid of the addiction. Because having an addiction mid-mission is not great. There we go. Back and forth isn't ideal on a quasi-morphic mission because, again, the quasi-morphosis like goes up. Ow. But I'm not worried about it. The enemies aren't overtly a big threat. Drink the alcohol and let your demons fade away. Funny message. Where did I leave? There we go. I'm gonna need those. There we go. Right. I collect this back, and then we'll proceed in a moment. Ad break is here again. Crazy, time's flying. Thank you, Brinty. We'll be back in a few minutes as normal. See you guys in the next 3 minutes. Be right back. And alright, we are back. Thank you very much for your patience. I know ads are done. You are getting those. I try not to, let the ad roll the shit. Let us continue. Let's add. There you go, some more. More drugs over here. Guess I could grab that gold while I'm here, but gold doesn't really do anything, like, not even worth that much, I'm not forget. Ironclad. Not a bad armor, but don't particularly need it. Alright, we continue our spelunking. Doesn't seem to be anyone else. There's the elevator. I think I feel like I need. One good thing about scanning the entire floor is, like, you can see some items on the floor, and if they're of interest. Not particularly here to stack up a body count. I want to make sure I get to the mission now. Do the max. There's one more wink, I just haven't unlocked it. The barrels do explode if they get shot. I have a tendency to take out the fuel, because if you take out the fuel, they do not explode when you... Here. Alright, we had a pretty clean run to the elevator. And we carry on. Alright. Elevator's pretty out there this time. Making this go through half of it. No one needs to be all day. Take a peek. Let's back it up. Back up twice. Like this. Likely pushed him back into this corner from the explosion. And now wait a turn. I see the fires carrying them up. I dies just by moving. Yep. Sometimes it's good to just let the environment do the work for you. Can't see them, but you may not always be able to see someone, but you can shoot down in the hallway if you want. If you hold shift, you'll get this aiming line of sight. You can take a shoot at anything you want, including walls. If you shoot a wall enough time, you will break it, and you can go through it. Not all walls, just some walls. So yeah, so like I saw this guy. Well, I assumed he was there based off of context, like sound and visual changes to the floor. So I shot and of course hit him. Apparently I shot off his foot. Shoot that guy. Guy's got a implant. Immune to shock status. Shock resist. I want to cut that out. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna aim a shotgun blast in between them. What it's going to do is, because he only has 7 health, it'll likely kill him and then hit him. That's something you can do with like weapons that have spread. You can kind of, even though spread is typically a bad thing, right? You can also, you know, kind of use it to your advantage. Sometimes it even lets you shoot around a corner. You pick your angle right. It's pretty messed up, but this gun in particular, if it hits you, it's nearly guaranteed. It's not guaranteed, but it has a very high probability of cutting off a limb. We want to not let him get close enough to fire that. It's a cute chance. Like, the accuracy with it, it's pretty horrible at most times, but it still really sucks to be hit with. Not really. Ooh, AI module. Dude, you need a lot of these to get some really cool stuff. I just have not found them. Oh, Captain Save. PolitelyWicked, I see. I hope you're doing well. The probability of cutting off a limb? Yes. Very high. Really. Jared has cookies? Jared always has cookies. Jared is a cookie fiend. Like save file is a fiend of the card. He merely adopted the Shadow Realm. Save file was born in the Shadow Realm, raised in the Shadow Realm. They didn't see their first card game till they were nearly 13. Okay. Actually, I have no clue when Save File started playing card games. I'm sure that's an interesting point of discussion you could talk a bunch about. When did Save File 17 first get into card? Ow. You jerk. Ah, it's time for more libation. Drink your demons away! This is not actual endorsement of drinking. A shotgun round sitting around. Stock up most of those. I'll likely go through those, but I'm gonna drop. Oh, okay. During the glass bottle. Manipulate. Oh wait, one of these guys had an implant. You. Where's the guy with the knife? Give me your knife. Need to cut this implant out of this guy's body. Try. Come on. Damn. Anyone else have an implant? Implant. Oh well. I'll drop that. The only card game you played more than 200 hours, I think, is Hearthstone. Actually, small meddlings before that. 2014 for anything serious was when we're 73. The ripe young age of 73, Save File came into their true abilities as an Eldritch Horror. Alright, state secret. My bad. Game, I wanted that. Event. Using that. Oh, that's okay. My shotgun's on the ground. Also, I'm intoxicated, so my accuracy is not as good as. Right, there's someone coming, so. But wait, there's more. Oh, wait. Master has a chance of having. Look at me just hunting people's bodies, going through the corpses of my enemies. Ah, do you have an implant? Ah, do you have an implant? Oh, maybe this guy has an implant. Yeah, give me that. I've become an organ slayer. Organ trader. Organ trading. Organ trading. Gonna trade off. I guess I can get. Maybe I call that a thing. I have a lot of stuff to get out of here. That was 2014. Obviously, you're 84 now. Fair enough, say. Fair dinkum, as the groovy Australian kids say. Oh. Wait. For a second, I thought someone was standing in front of me. I was incorrect. Where did that thing land? Hope it didn't land too far away from the beaten path. Ah, right. It's right next to them. That's fine. Get my shotgun back. For the knife, buddy. Okay. One more person down there. Not too worried about it. It is going well. I have people who are a little interested in the game, it seems. Just telling them a little bit about it. I myself have over 460 hours in the game. An update recently came out, so I actually got new things to explore and try and figure out and look around. Right, like this robot, I can cut off its pieces if I wanted to. I don't have a knife on me. Have a knife? If you have a knife, we're gonna have to go back and get it. I'm gonna have to go back and get the knife. Actually, one of these guys had one. Ah, another robot. Be with you in a moment. Right. Manipulator. Nothing new. Ooh, that's a new weapon. Like a handheld flamethrower. The gas torch. That's interesting. I wonder if it would count towards a handgun perk. That would be cool. That'd be funny. Hand flamer, just like in 40k. 40k has hand flamers. Those would surely count as pistols or handguns in terms of perks. Why is one bullet does so much to a robot? A very strong gun. I upgraded this gun specifically to do more damage than it should. And I'm using stronger ammo. So the ammo itself does increase 40%, and then cut is actually the weakness of robots. Can't see it here because they're dead already, but robots' weakness is actually cut. Most robots anyways, they have low cut resistance. Because wires, I guess. You know, if you're shooting and cutting the wires. Firefly. Yes. I'm actually very curious about this thing. Obviously low tech, but like, interesting. Severe fractures. Cyborg leg. No knockback. Weight modifier. Running is unavailable. That is... Yikes. Well, no. I mean, running is unavailable is better than sneaking is unavailable. There is a robot modifier that I've come across already that made it so sneaking isn't available. And not having access to sneaking really sucks. Mostly because that's how you tell when enemies are in the next room, and you don't get yourself killed by just walking into a whole bunch of random dudes. But I'm guessing there's implants that could counteract that, right? Like, we saw that the one implant from the head made it seem like there's a chance that that robot head that I got makes it so you can see enemies in normal. I don't know. The new augment and implant system in this game is very interesting. There's going to be a lot of mix mashing you can do to make your agents more efficient. Oh, robots are weak to shock as well. Yeah, if you come across the robots, they do have less shock resistance. It's just shock weapons aren't as common as cut damages. So early on, if robots were weak to nothing but shock, you'd have a lot of problems. Yeah, there's all these resistances. There's blunt, pierce, cut, fire, cold, poison, shock, beam. Like right now, if there was someone using a cold weapon for whatever reason, it's usually a higher tech item. It would do full damage to me if it hit me. Or same with poison, right? But I have a lot of pierce and blunt resistance, so if I get hit by a piercing bullet, it's not going to do the full damage to me. It's going to do 78% of the full damage. So if I get hit, I have 147 health right now. Say I got hit by a bullet that did 100 damage. It'd only do of course the 22% or 22 damage at that point, which, you know, it'd make me live. I'd live. Then there's secondary resistances. You notice under the blunt it says explosion, and then here it says plasma under the cut. So there are certain weapons that do a specific type of damage that is multi-typed, and it takes a higher or the lower resistance of the two. So it says pierce resistance 78 here, right? The explosion 74. The 74 is actually from blunt. So an explosion is blunt and piercing damage. Those two together. So if someone hit me with an explosive, it would take the lower resistance, which is my blunt resistance, and only do 74%, even though it has a chance of doing pierce. Now, if my pierce resistance is lower, it would take the pierce resistance. So here you can see my cut resistance is 55%, but I only resist plasma by 18%. But that's because plasma also goes off of fire and cut. So it takes the lower of fire and cut. So plasma is very effective against robots, of course, because it will draw from the cut resistance versus the fire resistance. Robots are actually pretty resistant against fire. Most of the robots are resistant against fire. Not all of them, but most of them. And blunt. They're usually pretty resistant to blunt. Shock and beam resistance don't have any crossover. So shock is straight up shock, and beam is straight up beam. Beam is cold and poison. So there's a whole bunch of things to keep in mind, right? Like, you can see here on this robot, part of its frame is actually draws from the robot's stat block itself. So if I installed this frame, the cyborg part, and augmented my clone with it, I would be taking extra cut and pierce damage at the cost of, you know, whatever else, right? I have more resistance to blunt. You want some of this stuff, but so hard. I always want a lot of stuff. Anyways, I have to make it to hello. Just drop the knife. Anyone else around the corner? No? Okay. Let me get the knife again. Arnold Schwarzenegger walk through flames, yes. Turbo. Weight modifier, range accuracy, melee. That's not. controller. Oh, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna drop. I have a decent amount of them. I need to guarantee I take back the AI mod. I'm hit or miss about the weapon cases. I have plenty. It'd be good. But the new limb system is something I'm really exploring, and I really want to see and have a bunch of those around. And drop these back up in a moment. You'd be able to put stuff like lead obtained in the floor onto the next floor, just kind of like on setting off the dropship. That would be convenient, but perhaps too convenient. Oh yeah, that's another thing in terms of difficulty factor, right? So by default, in normal mode of the game, before they even had normal mode or anything, before they had any modes, could not leave the mission unless you either found a important ship, like I was talking about earlier, prepare for that, or you perhaps 3 of those, no, 2 of them. You cannot leave the mission unless you had a ship or you completed the mission. In the easier difficulty mode, or by default, or if you customize it, you can make it so you can just leave the mission at any point in time, which for anyone who's interested in a less hardcore experience of this game, you know, that's an option you can take. You can make it so you, I found some important loot, I just want to leave, I don't want to die with this stuff on me. So you can do that, you can get out of there. These legs don't really strike me as very good, to be honest. But I will hold on to them. If I make sure, maybe we'll have them. I haven't really messed with the highest difficulty because, well, mostly in normal modes, tuning feels fine to me. I was messing around with the challenge of, there's essentially a self-challenge you can do. So when they added the difficulty tiers, they also added the ability to make it so when you lose a clone, you lose a clone. No reprinting, you have to find a chip again to reprint the clone. Essentially, new clone chips are essentially consumables at that point. So there's this little thing you can technically do. If you lose all your clones, it'll actually spawn in question mark. Redacted. It'll spawn in redacted, which is essentially you as the mercenary contract person, the boss. It spawns in you, the boss. And you can play the game as the boss when you don't have any other clones. And there's a challenge of, you know, getting through the game with no other clones, just at the boss. It's a really rough start. Do it myself, pretty much. They actually have a decent stop block. The boss himself has a pretty decent stop block. Okay. But I don't know if you can modify them or implant or do any of that crazy stuff because I never got far enough. I just didn't take the time. It's the hardest difficulty is not easy. That is sure. But yeah, it actually says like redacted and stuff like that, right? Interesting. It's a neat little thing that they added to the game. So yes, this is what I was talking about. By default, when you start the game, you'll have this whole fog of war. You can't see anything unless you've seen it. This is normally what you see on the first floor until you unlock the scanner. I know the mission, we'll show you the mission objective unless there's a jammer. I know I have to go up there. I don't see anything else. There was an eye on the last floor. I could go back and get it and spot the floor out, but I don't particularly care. I'm just gonna block this door. Hopefully no one comes in there. Run down the corner. Okay. Gingerly sneak around these barrels. I'd rather not explode. Believe it or not. Believe it or not, I'd rather not explode. Random repair kit. We'll go ahead and touch it for armor. Okay, so I don't think this is going to lead us to where we want to go, so I'm just going to block this. The game does have patrols, so there is going to be like a random group of enemies who are just running through the forest. That'll not stop them, but you know, it'll hold them up for a moment. It'll give me more time to snoop around. Gonna open the door, then we're gonna sprint in, see what's going on. You just have a knife. There's a weapon reload implant though, despite carrying around a knife. Knife. All they have is knives. Not particularly worried about any of these guys. Go back around the corner. Doesn't seem anyone else is coming quite yet. Alright, we're relatively clear. Bio booster. Seen that one a few times now. We've gotten another one. So glad to have. Okay. Like that. Explosion. Explosions first, questions later. Pilot movie. Pilots begets pilot. But yeah. For anyone who's a fan of extraction shooters, turn-based, and roguelike, you know, this is all kind of those things mixed into one. It's always so hard saying, do I want to carry this around? Do I want to drop this? Noodleman, aloha, welcome on in. How are you doing today, Noodleman? Hope you're doing absolutely fantabulous. A lot of dudes and people. He fractured my foot. How rude, now I can't run. Not that I need to, they all seem to be dead. But I find myself being so mindful of people's corpses just to see if they have implants. I want to steal their implants. Let me harvest their organs. Gimme, gimme. God. Using a Dr. Jones kit on a foot fracture. Really plastic. %40 chance to recover with a piece of plastic. Apparently my foot will heal with plastic. Plastic as a splint. Didn't get an infection. But even if I did get an infection, I had antibiotics. Glad to hear you doing good despite the EP. I hope long day wasn't bad necessarily, just, you know. But it's healed. I can step in. What else? Okay. That's fine. PCPU's right there. Pick this up in GTFO. Ooh, class ship. Even if you've unlocked the classes with a class ship, upgrade your classes. Need additional class ships at a certain point. To upgrade your weapons and armor, you need extra blueprint chips. So there's always a reason to collect the chips. They're forever valuables. Toko. Thanks for the follow. Nice coffee, little guy. Evan, I hope you enjoy your stay. I know how to talk. Sometimes. I am partially intelligible. Evacuation. GTFO, but you gotta be mindful that other people may have already patrolling the area. So keep our eyes out while we are going about. Celebrating your brother's birthday. Fetching him from Hamburg and bringing him back yesterday as well. Sounds like quite an adventure. But glad to hear your brother got to celebrate his birthday in a good time, yeah. You and your brother seem to do a good amount of stuff together. At least often enough. More than I feel like me and my brother do, so. World MG is forced to change all operational plans. Blah, 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 blah. Med hazmat. Instantly. The problem? Tape it. Oh, sweet AI modules. So fighting Core World MG with my tunnel rat is a rather appealing prospect because it seems like I have a decent chance of getting AI module. Something I will have to try and keep in mind. Sorting the loop. Gotta make sure you sort your loop. Sorting your loop. Gotta make sure you sort your loop. Worry, can't you see it? So cute. Jimmy. Wrong spot for a moment. It'll be good. Close to that. So, oh, there's more. But wait, there's more. There's more further down. Let's see. That ship. New blueprint unlocked. I think I'll break more of these down. Or no, I'll hold on to them and start trading them, honestly. I feel like I have enough of them. Or enough of the components I can get. We are doing pretty alright in this place area. I haven't done the greatest amount of trading. And this sorting everything out is. It is important. And that's fine, we can stock up on whatever we need to next time we send her out on a mission. So I've been in Venus's orbit for a while now. There are other things to do, however. But and I should probably consider doing other things, but I don't know. You can always stay at one planet if you've maxed out your scanning relay and you just keep doing missions on that planet. You can more or less stay on that planet and keep doing. Like, I know I'm supposed to, or I'm not necessarily supposed to, but I could be progressing the story by causing quasi-morphosis. I just have not gotten around to that because I don't know. I plan to play the story one day. There is multiple ways the story is supposed to go, or it's supposed to be able to go though eventually here, and they do have a few little branching paths and some different groups you can support. I just have not gotten too into it because, let's say, I eventually want to do the story, but when it's finished, I guess. Okay. I'm enjoying the game as is in terms of going around doing mercenaries. Produce items here. Honestly, I've made Ancom pretty strong. Ancom is doing pretty well for itself. Which is both not a bad thing, but also not necessarily the greatest thing either. The stronger you make a faction, of course, you know, they'll keep other factions down. And then if you fight them, you'll have some dangerous enemies to fight against. To keep Zaklin down, really. He's fighting on Mars. Has 2 conquest missions. MUBG, thanks for the follow. Welcome to my Scofield. I hope you enjoy your stay. No way I get to Mars in time. Zaklin has too many zones. I wish more of the companies I was fighting for would decide to take over to Zaklin's zones. But they've just been sending me on errands. Anyways. Go do something. Let's go see if I can do the... Oh, that's right. Jupiter's in the game now. You can go all the way out to Jupiter and Io. It's moons, Jupiter's moons, Callisto, Ganymede, Europa, Io. A whole bunch of missions, or not missions, but stations. Most of them have missions. Interesting trade. Use combat here. Your brother and you do a lot of things together. You get strong family cohesion in general. That's good. Went to Japan, Berlin, Austria together. Movies, watching your favorite anime and stuff, and going concerts and skiing and such fun. Okay, that's a good thing. Cool. Very cool. Pets. Okay, these are other... So eventually they plan to have it so you can go to every planet in the solar system, right? And every moon for every planet. But, you know, they're slowly adding them in. It's gonna be a huge galaxy-wide endeavor. You can't be everywhere all at once, but... you can go places. Pretty sure these are just, yeah, asteroids. I don't remember if Hygeia is a new one. The asteroid belt has a bunch of different stations. There's a mission at. I know there's a mission to do for the pirate Unchained Belt. One of these places I forgot. Oh, get from ghouls. My mission difficulty 5 stars. Or skulls. Can I get to this? I guess we'll find out. My sniper might be able to do it. No, now that he's very strong. Got some new bishops type rifles. Looks like we got done breaking some more stuff down. Recycler has finished its duty. Only to be starting a new set of recycles. Soon enough. Recyclers are very efficient. That's so much trash for rusty parts. It used to be called trash. You know, I still haven't gotten... there's still a clone I haven't gotten. Kenzie. I still need to get Kenzie. I'd like to get Kenzie so I could try out a nice and cool new melee build with the augments. Because there's some really good melee augments. Like there's a melee augment that makes it so you hit an extra time. Which is huge. It's kind of like how I can shoot an extra time. Yeah, here it is. Extra hit +1. Which, you know, with certain weapons you already can swing multiple times. Another swing can make all the more difference. I'm also curious how strong the spider claw works when implanted. I don't know if the immune to poison wounds is an entire immunity or just the augmented spots are immune to poison. If you're completely immune to poison just by having a spider claw on, that'd be pretty nice for a melee character. But if your arms are the only thing that are immune, then it's kind of eh. Thanks for the hydrotress. We have some things to figure out and try out. How does this... What does this work as a gun? Effective it. Or... Here. Where was it? Cycle. Right, we made Dragon Breath rounds. His ability to shoot fire. They're gonna expire every time. Okay. Anything else I wanted to toss into it? Get more armor out of the armor. But I don't feel like ultimately necessary at the moment. We get the more drugs. I feel like I'm doing okay on drugs. Seems like I didn't get anything interesting. I was hoping that they'd add more augments to the robotic parts. I didn't really get any robotic parts. Except for the actual components. Those. Lost what I have. Yeah, I guess we'll just hold it. Variable. Okay. Craft. Oh, anyway. One thing is we don't have blueprint for repair kit. A blueprint for repair kits would be pretty useful. My robotic limbs take damage and I run out of the repair kit. I'll be a little more hampered in terms of missions. Not mission. Well, I won't be that hampered. Honestly, composites or ceramic plates have a pretty decent chance of repairing. I just go into the stack of ceramic. Probably be fine. The 100% chance on the repair kits are more life-saving. Let's make more of these high-tech kits. I imagine we'll be using some more energy with here eventually. On your weapon repair kits. Okay, I'm on a night. Electromagnetic weapons are kind of a meme. I mean, I'm sure they could be really good if you buffed them with research, but I've never particularly been interested in working with them. I've used them a few times here and there when I was struggling. Not running out of ammo can be convenient. I'll always need more repair kits though, so it doesn't hurt to spend this time in travel. While you're traveling, time moves much faster to get to your location. You actually take a decent amount of time traveling across the solar system. That's a decent time to just punch out a bunch of different items you may or may not need. Because what's 20 hours when you're going to be traveling for days? Of course, the time goes by and scales accordingly, so you're always relatively at the somewhat same travel time. It just goes by faster. A lot of these general action drugs really messed with. Medical glue is nice. This medicine doesn't really help me as much with the robotic parts. That's just a very new and interesting aspect of the game where I have to kind of think about and manage. All this stuff would have taken quite a while in orbit, but it was pretty damn fast. More travel. And more antibiotic. I need more rotten meat to make more antibiotics soon. Probably. The only thing that's free to make. Hello, Harley Quinn. How have you been? How art thou and thou art thou? I have a decent amount of military first aid. And let's make more Dragon's Breath. There will be a time and a place for making use of tons of that. And it's all done already. Oh, mostly. Why you collect all the fuel you can. Mass producing incendiary rounds. Alright. It's hitting the right ammo. Or tab. On a fuel. Fuel is 1-to-1 anyways. Engulf my enemies in hellfire. I wonder if there's an implant that makes you immune to burning. Or an augment. Be pretty convenient. Especially if you're going to one class that has bonus fire stuff going on it. Alright, we're finally here. Oh, took a while, technically. Alright, take control of the HIS woodpecker and fly it to a temporary pilot. Can my sniper handle this mission? I don't know, we're gonna find out. Oh god, I have a whole bunch of stuff. I didn't put these new rifles there. Probably unload them first. Modified rifle. Meds. Way. Yeah, surely we can get through this fine. If I just send the guy in with a tons of truff oil. That's 50 extra health. He drinks all this. Another 50 extra health. The other doesn't have tons of health. I'll make sure he gets to this. Eat his heart out. I don't know if this mission has Osmorphosis. I forgot. I think I did this mission. Max out our weapon repair kits just in case. I think I'm here. Where did my other sniper rifle? Not there. Oh. Oh, whatever. I wish I had more AP rounds, honestly. I get the pattern for that. I'll have tons of them. Use nothing but AP. And more about a mission of a success. Just stock up with them, just make sure we can get through it all. Granted, that does not stop us from instant death if we just happen to run into something to get ourselves killed. So we do still gotta take care and punch. Alright, that should be enough. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. My backpack. I don't know. Last time I tried to repair with an armor kit, this. Yeah, why didn't the Archangel get repaired with an armor kit? It's repaired with an engineering kit? I wish I could make these. Okay. Alright. Pirates from the Unchained Belt want to get their hands on a powerful weapon. Heavy. See, you can go down and read the details every time if you want to. Heavy interplanetary spacecraft. Must steal for them the HIS Woodpecker, which Core World MG uses the base of operations. First, it has to be refilled, and the agents of the Unchained Belt will help us with it. HIS Woodpecker in orbit around Vesta has long been used by Core World MG as a stationary point in the main belt. Alright, so found out that its cubic-centric engines are fully functional. If the spacecraft is filled with G3 quantum field, it will easily leave orbit. Extra, the Core World MG Heavy Interplanetary Vessel serves as a corporation's base of operations. Oversees assets on Vesta to rapid intervention and edited appropriate. Right, so we'll start this mission after I get back from break, because break's about to. I'll be back in a few. Be right back. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Ready to raid. Not raid, stream raid. Take this shuttle. Take this ship over. Rain. This shuttle has been detected. Prepare for defense against Core World security. In addition, we have a new problem. Security system has been installed at the armory level. A signal has been sent from there to block the spacecraft's control. We'll have to get there in a second. Alright, thinkers, ready nearby. And so then welcome back, Needleman. Indolisi Corporation is moving nearby relatively. I don't know what they want. If they detect the fuel shuttle, they transmit this information to Indolisi. Good Samaritan. Right, well, we already see one dude over here. More. There. It's over there. Never saw it coming. I never saw it coming. My healing essence. Never seen these before. Stabilizes all fire addiction. And these are a different version of Gavka. Fancy.
Roger that.
Here's Quasimorphosis here. Ellie. G.I. Joe. Instead of G.I. Joe, it's not government issued, it's company issued Joe. We need a shock status. This guy has one. Any of you have a knife on you? No? What do I get for not bringing a knife with me? Does anyone? There. Hello. Thanks for the hydrate, my dude. Dude. Hydration achieved. There's bound to be like turrets or something around here somewhere. Oh, you have a knife. Oh yeah. I want that implant. Means to being shocked may come in handy later. Induction frame. Got it. Shock resistance 20. Immune to the shock set. Fire beam resist and beam resist. Relatively worthy trait. I don't think any of these other guys. No. Oh. Cyber heart. Maximum health plus 20. 30% gain from death. Increased calorie intake. Any extra health could really offset the reduction of health of other robot parts. Much as I don't want to have to go all the way back to the ship to put stuff away. Do you want to make sure I get out of here with these at least? Even if my Schnoiper dude. Malbites. Are you running? so much food. Crime is somewhat of innocent. The drug packages. Being able to sprint with 4 actions is so nutty, though. I don't care what the downsides are. Ow. Rude. Error tore my actuator. There it is. Death. Ladies and gentlemen, they got me. I wasn't being careful enough. I wasn't sneaking stance and they murdered the corner. I'm dead. Alright, well. We gotta train up someone completely new now. Or we gotta reprint that guy and train him up, I guess. Oh boy. What a shame. I dare try that again. The horrible thing is, I had enough health to tank all that. I just was going to slowly increment it. And it did not happen. That is a loss. Oh, the cargo hold didn't come back. What? Should have given me the implants. Bruh. Bruh. Whatever. Gosh dang it, dude. That really sucks. It's not great. Not so bueno. Can't put that. I knew that was a risk going into it, though. I was not ignorant of risk. Gosh. I just took so much into that mission, though. I should have just ate all the food. Just ate it all. And used it. I would have been fine. 200 extra health. What happens when you get a little too casual? Okay. What else am I gonna need to be efficient here? And it's gonna take me a while to get Sniper back up to that point. Whatever, it's a story mission. I'll take in a bunch of ammo. I'll unload it on them. Anything else I need to do? Upgrades and basic. We are investing in the run. That's plenty. Gosh dang it. I don't know why I didn't get the items, so I put them in my ship. I should have gotten those implants. I think this axe just... That's all I really want loot-wise right now is implants and AI controllers if I can find them, I guess. Fuck. Yeah. Right, well I have more health by default. And there's a bunch of... They thankfully overthrew that cave. The problem is, guys are gonna come around this corner. Or the corner just doesn't exist anymore. That can happen too. Corner just ceasing to exist is also a possibility. If he's charged. Already. Didn't want to carry too much. Starting to pick stuff up. I am right next to the ship. That's the biggest difference. Right here. Better. Repo. Both of you, I hope you enjoy. Not my kind of game. Oh, this guy's the robo arm. We still don't know how good this thing is. Genius items. I think we can... That's it. That's the only... But the same, am I crazy? Could have sworn I saw that. What's wrong? What do you mean, what's wrong? I mean, I did lose a good agent, which kind of sucked, but like, it's just the nature of the game. It's necessarily wrong. Unless you're talking about my not caring about repo. I don't really play horror games. They don't do anything for me. It wasn't expecting that. Oh, the elevator's up there. Going the wrong way. Technically wasting my time. Stopping by the medical bay is never a bad thing now. Here. Free drugs. Oh, there's someone in the bathroom. What? What? I don't really consider it. I don't know. Repo has some horror elements to it, I guess. If you consider, you know, quick keeps potential jump scares, but horror games in general either, even if we're not even talking about Repo, I don't particularly partake in. There's no longer someone over there. Okay, moving on. I guess it's a personal they said I had to go into. Obviously. My, there's 2 common item chips just laying on the ground. I wonder if those are specifically meant to spawn there for this mission. I was in a somewhat convenient place. The last time I did do this mission, there's 2 turrets in here in very inconvenient spots that I couldn't hit them really without taking a bunch of hits. Is not cool. Both very meh chips, but chips are chips. Ah, hello, Amugas. Small and swift servants of Ron. Keep all commands of cruel Ragnaraks and Baron Rezas. They also keep the knowledge of her from which they are pretty resistant. Not so much resistance to cold, poison, shock, and beam, but I don't have either of those. Guess we know what kind of demons are here, but I don't really have to worry about that. I have smoke. Smoke the demons away. Ultra voice, head implant. Reload. No enemy detection. Wait, does that mean if you have this, you can't detect enemies? I don't know if I'd ever use that. Detecting enemies is kind of a core tenet to staying alive. Knowing where your enemies are in the next room will make or break pretty much any encounter. That boy. Oh, good. Ooh, I need that. Now that you got rid of one, damn it. They had the crit implant, the nice crit implant that I had on my sniper. Still can't believe I lost my sniper the way I did. Bruh. Would he detect me? That'd be nice, but no. That's the active ability, no enemies detect. Someone's definitely around here somewhere. Where's this? I don't know. No, this character technically specializes in shotgun, but the gun being powered up as it was just too good. First PKT, so strong. Anyone else? No, maybe. This room probably clear. What did you have? Upper body actuator. Yeah. Oh, Wolfie, your random word is Kilometer. Why is it kilometer? Random. Okay, well, now that we're in an armory, we can see if there's anything nice in here. Rather underwhelming armory compared to the one on the first. Then again, all those guns are pretty decent early on. I just have really nice guns. Oh, you have a god of fire. Mentor. How about you don't? Okay, I don't use kilometers anyways. I'm American. I'm from the US. For better or worse. All the more reason a kilometer is all the more surprising. Yes. Military league, I don't give those. I don't feel like pop that. I thought I already had one of these on me. Those. Own ship. Maybe it's time I go back to the ship. Drop some stuff off. I have time to burn. One of these guys has a secret charge on him still. You. Dr. Jones kit. Is this on here? Oh no, I'm addicted. Oh no, I'm not addicted anymore. Wait. Oh yeah, I'm not addicted anymore. I'm indeed an American. Most Native Americans. Well, not to the dock. Elevator, elevator. I'm on my way. Run into anyone crazily, so this time. I still can't believe my death. Still can't believe how my sniper died. Let me evacuate. I know, I can evacuate at all. In this mission. Even with chips. Gotta play all my chips down. Yeah, maybe I'll end up using this Dr. Jones kit. Staying happy, staying healthy. Yeah. Alright. Got it. I don't remember if it let me go to any other floors yet. But once I clear this level, I'll show. I thought I had to take care of the armory. This is why I came here. Use this. coma thing. Doesn't look like there's any reason to clear out the medical. You might be able to find, but nothing I'm too particularly over needy for. At the command floor. Probably gonna have to clear out these other floors for the next mission objective. Anyways, gotta clear out the arsenal for. Gets to that, it'll get to that. Not too particularly worried. I'm doing okay with this operative. My Wagyu steak. Carry on. Plenty of food. Service station. Boy, that. Good check. Don't have to go anywhere else. Okay. Suppose going through this mission would be a lot more difficult if you didn't have the scanning. Then you'd actually have to be looking around the ship trying to find anything may or may not even be. Oh, it does point to this area. I didn't have to worry. One less thing to worry about anyways. Out of a bunch of other things, like randomly turning a corner in sneak stance and getting absolutely decimated by random dudes. Security system stable. Cha cha cha. Punch. Yeah, look at this. Wanna run around? Let's go through the wall. Who are you all? Engine room. All stocked up. It made it sound like I have to clear this floor. Oh no, I'm seeing demons. Time for a smoke. I'm addicted again. Not be. Plenty of food on corpses when you tunnel out. This one is bigger than I think. Ship's more empty than I thought it would. They have a few elite dudes, and The very few elite dudes that I've run into so far are the ones who killed my sniper. Wrong place, wrong time. Or not. Ooh. Oh no. I don't know how that guy didn't die. First time I shot him. Well, that's it. That is GG. Game over. I'm not gonna be able to do that mission. I have to build up and come back at it. Alright, where am I gonna go chill? Maybe some stuff on Mars. I've been to Mars in a while. Well, if you play Pokevogue, I hope you enjoy it. Dude, the wall getting destroyed was what actually killed me there, though. I had an awkward angle. It is very much my own fault. What would I even be fighting here? What do I even need to do? This is so bad. Losing those 2 agents and all the stuff I brought into the mission with them was so bad. So bad. I was over-prepared for the mission, but still lost. Hello, Melon. I hope you're doing. Whatever, I'm going to Mars. Yeah, I'll figure things out when I'm...
And wait for us to come back home. Roger, out. You are going for the orbit. Roger, in.
Oh my god. Let me select my agent. Pass. I'm gonna get rid of you. Stop moving. Okay. Maybe I messed with the Valkyrie squad in between. Unless there's an electric SMG. The shock effect doesn't matter. Honestly, none of these skills are particularly amazing. Be an investment. Which thing? No, you. We give him straight up back. That matter. Less scatter is not a bad thing, but also Sometimes I use shotguns purely for the shutter. Hmm. Thanks for the hydrate. What are you up to, Ashu? What are you up to, Ketane? What's Rui doing? Hmm. Honestly, more health doesn't sound like a bad thing for characters now that implements are a thing, and most of them seem to reduce health. Just anti-implement health lowering. Hardened isn't. Voice matter. Hello, Fire. What's up? There's plenty of adults who can't swim. Plenty of adults out there who've never been in water. I'm sure. Outside of, baths and showers. Right? Nothing like ocean or pool environment. Lake or what. No, you, Theo. How are you doing? Ah. The follow. Welcome my Scuffy Little Cabinet. Enjoy. I almost feel like improving the max pain threshold may help with those situations. It does prevent you being stun locked. Kinda. More health also matters, right? Isia's pain threshold by default is also. I have enough of this matter. 18 helps a lot. 20 feels pretty endgame. Never get stun locked again. healthy investment, but one that pays off in the end. Okay, so I had to finish that project. It means I have to keep going out of this. I'm wasting valuable time. Victoria. TV printer. Right, cloning's complete. Now I go back in here. Go ahead and go out again. Now we have to set here. Oh yeah, we also have to make a Jackie's kit. Angel spades again. Awesome. And that's one person I have to change. Jackie's kit. No. Let's see. Dino. Francis Reed. Gunsmith isn't great. What are your stats, buddy? Accuracy is 60, whereas melee weapon 70. Melee damage and track. Health is they're fine. Aim range. Who's my next candidate for messing with stuff? So Nico Medic is a really solid agent. You have really good pistols. 40% pistol is on. His Kent is decent. I just realized his accuracy is not necessarily all that great by default. That's why Angel Spade works for me alright. And reload duration, because I think the sniper rifles take a decent amount of time. In general. Reload duration is 5, because I'm reloading in 1 turn. With a veteran vest and that perk, it's 1 turn reload. Which makes all the difference. That's why I have. Okay, let's go ahead and your pain threshold. Well, about a minute for containers. We'll wait on that. Yes. Next time you die, we will have more stuff by then. Alright, what is going on here? Any good produced items going on? Combat errors. Docklin took over this. A bit of a shame. Real War in Grasshopper Technology. John Marston. You doing great. Glad to hear you're doing great, Theo. Your D&D campaign. Well. Grasshopper TE is 62 right now. Wouldn't mind. Do a mission. Grasshopper TE. They could also just scan. Conquest by Real War. Okay, so if I do the Real War mission, they'll be Who do we have available? I've gotten some dudes. Well, two of my most elite dudes. Maximilian is still picking. You know what, Francis? I want to try this robot armor. Install. I assume that the robot arm uses ammo. There's not enough details though. We're going to just install some mods on him, even if we lose them. It's science experiment. If no enemy detection is a thing, I guess it wouldn't matter if stealth is unavailable, but I still wanna find out Judge or more details with it. I don't know what the weapon range of this weapon is by default. I suppose the less things I mess with, the better. Really just trying to figure out what certain things do at this moment. I don't know what they do. Everything else is more or less something I know what it does. These two. Alright. It is decent chance he dies, I guess. Find out in the next episode. Get you some armor. I'm not gonna just let him die. Plenty of armor to talk on. Armor is something I can lose. The implants are something I can lose less. I have actually a decent spread of resistances. Granted, the implants are giving me some of these resistances. I guess blunt is the one I have the least, but blunt is also the damage type I am the least worried about usually. A lot of the higher end weapons use pierce and cut, at least in terms of physical. I'm assuming that this robot arm uses 7-9. But I'm going to take a stack of various ammunition. Because I have no clue. Then I'll take a shotgun. With dragons. Not too overly invested in this guy. Again, not like I want him to die. So... oh yeah, mostly robot. These medical things aren't gonna... well, no, actually. I'm a decent mixture. Robot parts and... whatever, I can take this, just... really... and we'll take like a stack of, I was like... alright, where's the ship? Actually, I probably shouldn't be taking this ship. Probably be taking... of course, VKT. The weapon I've actually spent time modifying. My robot arm doesn't work well, that sure will. Even with the robot arm, telling VKT would be enough to get me through the mission, I'm sure. Okay. Am I forgetting anything? Technically, dealing with quasimorphosis, but not a difficult mission. I should hopefully be done before any of that stuff. I'll take some booze, just... alright. Bam. Thanks for the hydrate and the posture check. Hydration achieved. So it's just locked in 100 and take... okay, robot arm does indeed take 797. 18 to 36 damage per shot. I wonder if there's actually a way to upgrade this. I mean, don't get me wrong, augments are very cool in this system, but the augments that have weapons built into them are questionable to me. Purely because of oh, it's rapid fire by default. Because of their lack of upgradability. Thanks, Seth. Alright, so if they... so I'm not sensing anyone yet. This is the... vocal emitter releases a concussive shockwave, sending all enemies in 5 range for 2 turns. So if there's enemies to this door... yep, so you just straight up don't see anyone. My hand shoots. Gun hand. Don't get me wrong, this is really cool. I just... in this game, with how the upgrade system works for weapons, I don't see a place for augments being meta, I guess you could say. I guess there's no durability. So like, unless your hand gets cut off, you don't have to worry about durability. But if you are in a good place at endgame anyways, you're not worried about durability. Durability is a bit of a meme once you can start creating crafting kits. It takes 2 turns to reload this. Your arm. No, actually it takes 4, but I have -2 because of the vest. Alright, well we'll deal with this when we get back. Sorry about that, death man. I need to be right back because ad breaks it. Be right back. Alright. Thank you for the Deathman went off. But yeah, I'm not too worried about the augment system at the moment with that, specifically in the regard of is it underpowered? Early on, I feel like it's probably pretty strong. Feels pretty good. But as scaling goes, I think if I had to assume, the priority for the team is probably was to make sure that they got the augment system out, and then it's functioning and working before they do anything else with it. So, and see how people. So I imagine the plan is to eventually, make it so you can either change up augments or upgrade or something like that. I imagine there's more than what works for upgrades in the future. How far that out might be, I don't know. But I'm assuming it's in their sights, right? I mean, there is a potential that it's just novelty, that, it's a novelty thing to be able to shoot with an augmented thing. Welcome back, Tainted. I hope you're doing all good. You're not always needed to have multiple mods as needed. It is really interesting though, not being able to see enemy units. Doors and stuff. So it's either become a juggernaut and make your character very tanky with robotic parts that walking through a door and getting lit up by a dude or two isn't going to get you killed, or it's just a dead augment and you shouldn't be using it at all. But the way augments are, and how you can upgrade clones and change classes now, I can foresee someone being able to make a pretty tanky character who can walk into a room without having to know people. Oh, parody, cutie, parody, cutie, parody, cutie, cutie, kitty, 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 cutie, kitty, parody. Kitty. Who's that Pokemon? It's Kitty. Acorn Rain. Hello, Bismuth Morales. Hello, Kitty. What's up? How are you doing today? Thou art down. Thou art down. Ah, I was supposed to kill 4 more targets on the last 4. Whoops. Go back up. Hi. How are ya? Always good to see your lovely self. I appreciate the raid. We are PDD enjoyers here. At least I speak for myself. Thinking about this new augment system. Before I get into that, well, you decided to play Balatro and lost a run, so you decided to play a squirrel game called Squirreled Away. Have you ever played or seen Squirrel with a Gun? Yes. Despite the volatile last, I hope you had a good time though. He doesn't have any. Nope, down there. Gun arm carries a fair amount of ammunition. It is a Gatling gun, I guess you could say. 4 shots at 18 at the minimum damage is still pretty sizable. This is a really good early game gun. If you can get one of these gun arms early on and can sustain the ammo for it, I feel like you'd be doing really well. Yes, it's expected, however, you enjoy Full Ultra a lot. I'm glad to hear it, glad to hear it. I am enjoying Quasimorph a lot. Despite losing 2 of my most experienced agents earlier to a story mission, I'm enjoying myself still. They recently updated the game, so there's an augmentation system in the game now. I'm actually testing one of those right now. I have a robot arm with a gun. I replaced my agent's one of my agent's arms with a robot gun. It is essentially, so how I would explain this game is it's a turn-based extraction shooter. A turn-based extraction shooter with Doom as, a Doom-like atmosphere. That's a roguelite. So, as you may notice, I'm fighting Quasimorphs, and nothing in here is demons, but there are essentially these alternate dimension beings that come in at certain points. So the scene in general is a corporate war. You're living in a post-corporate war universe. And you're a mercenary, so you can go to planet to planet, station to station, doing missions for these corporations as they send them out. And your mercenary company in the past kind of released demons into the world, so to speak, Quasimorphs. But when you're on a mission, you have essentially a timer that increases, and more of these Quasimorphs cross over into our dimension, kind of like demons in Doom, right? And you can deal with them in a various manners of ways, whether that's reducing the level of Quasimorphosis, or, you know, just killing them until it goes all the way to max and it summons a big boss that you have to either kill or die to. But either way, your goal is to, you know, complete the missions. Whether you stop the Quasimorphs or not is a different thing. But it's turn-based. You have actions you can do like so many actions per turn. Whether you're in a sneaking stance, normal stance, or running stance, you get 1, 2, or 3 actions. There's some things that change that. In each stance does a little thing different. But you complete your actions per turn, then the enemy has their turn, they do their actions per turn, so on and so forth. Hydration achieved. But this game is been in development for a while, but they are constantly updating the game at a really solid cadence as far as I'm concerned. They cleared the store, we don't need to find anyone else, but oh, that's good. I find it to be a great game for me. Since I also play a lot of roguelikes and roguelites and such. There's, you know, a lot of progression in this, right? It's not a matter of will you die, it's a matter of when will you die. Your mercenary company, essentially you have your own ship where you print clones of mercenaries. So this guy is essentially a clone of Francis Ray Daly, a former mercenary in some other mercenary war or something. And so if your clone dies, you just print another one. It takes time to print the next clone, of course, and stuff, right? So there is consequence, and you lose experience because you're, you know, everything your guy was carrying lost. Everything, you know, their experience with their class would be lost. Not that this guy has too much experience in anything right now. Didn't end up leveling him. So there's consequence, but you also have progression. Love how that's the same concept as marathon. Right, Burnty's so getting excited for marathon. I don't know. I haven't looked into, or I never played the original marathon, so people seem excited for it. I'll probably give it a try if Burnty can carry me through it, I guess. I don't know how that works. But yeah, you just progress your clones, clear missions, get loots, increase your ship's capacity for doing more stuff. Stop it. Am I? See, these guys don't look right? These are quasi-murder. Ooh, that was pretty effective. Fair enough, Brenty. Fair enough. I don't really want to blow up that barrel right yet. Let's back up in the yeah, shooting 4 shot, pretty solid. The 797 has a 60% pierce chance, right? So it doesn't matter that there were like 5 of them in that hallway. They they're lined up to be knocked down. I do not mind this arm. I don't know. Of course, I'll probably stop using it. Once I get more upgraded weapons. Because in this game, you can, once you unlock the armor, you can upgrade existing weapons, right? Like this has a little M. Indicates that it's been modified by me. This gun does 56 to 67 damage, which is way more than my robot arm. Like this robot arm, or this gun would have torn through those enemies pretty much at the same rate, if not more, because I upgraded it so much. But this gun, by default, actually does less damage than this robot arm. If I were to find one of these guns unmodified, it'd do less. I just upgraded this gun so much. I'm just testing the robot arm because I'm testing all the augmentics as I find them. Again, because they recently got added like a few days ago. And I'm curious. And it's fun. I mean, 24 ammo is nothing to scoff at. 24 shots, 4 shots each. You can spray and pray this thing. Again, this one holds 24 at the moment. Rapid fire 3. But 9mm EXP does not have pierce chance. So that's one big difference too, right? Like that large hallway, whereas this 3 bullets definitely would have taken out 3 guys. The pierce chance is near non-existent. So I may not have taken out everyone. So I guess the 797 weapon has its, you know, uses. Boomers. I'm kind of curious. I kind of want to fight some Quasimorphs to try and see if I can find Quasimorph prosthetics. Or I know there's Quasimorph augmentics, like the humanish alternate reality guys. I know that there's some of their stuff in the game. I just haven't encountered like this one. This is the only quasi-morph augmented I have found yet on the spider call. Funny enough, you usually get them from killing spiders and, you know, cutting off their arms. But sometimes they're just laying around. Or, you know, sometimes these guys use them as weapons. Because you can use this as a weapon. Any of the augmented pieces you can actually use as a weapon now, I found. Like this gun arm, when I, of course, tore it off the robot that was using it. In theory, I could have put it in a slot like this and smacked someone with it. I do find that kind of funny. And it does, not that I would do the most damage. It is pretty solid though, no durability on my hand. Having durability on your handgun would probably make this way worse. The fact that I don't have to worry about durability like this is convenient. But no, I'm really enjoying this game. I've enjoyed this game for a lot. I kind of go through phases of this game, to be honest though, because again, the game's not finished. In terms of it, I think it technically launched 1.0 at some point. But it's still early access. Yeah, it's still early access on Steam. But I have 460 plus hours in the game already. I usually come back every time they update something. When I first started this game, it was relatively bare bones, but it's still enjoyable. Like, I was playing this game a lot when it first launched. So despite it not having the most amount of stuff at the beginning, I was still playing this game lots. But now they've added so much. Like, this game is unrecognizable from its launch, I would say. Ran out of 797. 640 hours, yes. I enjoyed the game. Burnty's watched me play this game tons of times. Burnty knows how long I've been playing this game. Burnty knows when fire used to be the bane of my existence. I'm gonna start having to use my SMG. Ran out of ammo for my arm. More than your hours in TF2. Okay. 8 targets on this floor. This is the last floor. Granted, there's more than 8 targets, likely. Oh my. Hello. Any of them have guns. Huh. Alright, well that was enough. I can leave, but I want to clear more. An off chance that I can find a quasi-morph augmented or implant or augment. I do want to chest out the spider limb. But again, the spider limb will suffer the same effect as, unfortunately, as the gun arm. Is like, of course, you don't need ammo for Right, and then you just be able to smack people just like you can punch them with your fist in this game if you really wanted to. But the damage scaling is questionable. Then again, I wonder. That would be interesting if this gun technically scaled off of your melee damage. Because I know there's a melee damage stat, and it's purely, as far as I'm aware, for your punch damage. But if you replaced your fist with a claw or some other augment that does physical punching-ish, cutting damage, whatever, would upgrading your melee damage change how much you do with that? I feel like the only way I could tell at the moment is if I put Spider Claw on 2 different people with 2 different melee values and loaded in a mission and checked. Have a good one, QDD. Thank you again for the raid. I'm very curious about what quasi-morph augments you can get, though. I just have not encountered it. And I don't feel like I'm really gonna find any more here. It's weird, though, because like quasi-morphs don't leave corpses, and the majority of the way that I have gotten augmentations from anyone so far is cutting up corpses. So maybe quasi-morph research containers now contain some. I don't know. We're up to some military first aid kits. I like that. Everything else is meh, but the military first aid. I don't mind the robot. Just, big, and scaling. You could change the ammo type to 9mm and use 9mm EXP. And free that thing all day. Ow. Next time I do that mission, though, I'm just gonna take a bunch of food, stuff my face, and take some extra food in the ship to have for actual eating. Not failing this mission again next time I go all the way over there and do it. Okay, well that was one tested augment. Do I even want to keep that on him? Not really. I never actually tested the Ultra Voice because no one ever got close enough for me to test it on. The no enemy detection is a little silly though, not worth that. Purely based on the no enemy detection, not the most worthwhile. I don't remember saying I got distracted by looking at the stats. The cool thing about some of these implants though is adding resists extra armor. Stumbles into 40k tourney day. I'm not cute, you're cute. Oh. Out. Hello, Dragon Slayer though, I hope you had fun. well, I have one more augment to test. It did not coincide with the last one I was testing. It was the high ultra voice. Rubberized head. Maximize. I don't like the lack of vision rate. I will say that. But if you can detect enemies in the normal move, when you're in close quarters fighting, yeah. Got the wooden spoon award. 50 bucks off the Regal Dorn tank. Winning. Nice, congratulations. Are you gonna make the Regal Dorn Craig themed? Alright, what I want to do with... They're still training. You know, that's interesting. Added weapon slots. If you added a weapon augment that removes a weapon slot, and you added a weapon slot, you'd still be able to have 2 weapons along with your augmented limb, I guess. I assume so anyways. Not that that really helps, per se. God, this is so awkward. I don't really have anyone trained except for Maximilian Moore in front, I guess. I guess we're testing this out on you, Maximilian. Anything that gives me a vision range that isn't a head. Accuracy. Crit chance. Instances. Pierce, cut, and drop. But you get beam fire poison. And beam fire poison would be good for dealing with Tazaklin inside infraction. Certain infraction. The rubberized controller isn't great. Not good. Oh, they're real good robotic. Rubberized arm would be good for a melee character. I just don't have a good melee character. You know what? Isabella Coppet. Oh, we never gave her a class? Why didn't I do that? Well.
I know it sounds silly, dear.
Whatever. I guess I could train.
Please.
Oh, you're just training, Wait, why is this one the only one that hasn't maxed up? That's weird. This is an innate one. All the other innate ones are done. Huh. Alright, well I still have to do something while my other clones are training. I mean, I could just orbit and let time pass by, but wasted idle time. Alright, let's see about what mission I can do next, and then I can maybe think about changing some modifiers. Grasshopper TE versus Ancom. Ancom's 91. Grasshopper TE 62. There's multiple of their missions here. Bill War is pretty happy with me, I imagine. Yeah, because I back in. You know, a decent way to get the augments from this robot would be to actually go in. Go into a mission if I have a bunch of those robots and get them killed. Chop up their bodies. I have a fair amount of credits for these guys. So let's take all those. My own personal army. I don't even remember what Encom gives right now. What's Encom? Encom. 0% chance with that. It's probably for the best because I think I have all. 1% for common item chip. 2%. I do have a chance for high-tech item chips. Maybe I should do some trading with them. I don't care about the experimental rifle. That machine gun's alright. I guess I could always disassemble it. 9mm EXP is not something, but what do they want? Andy, EI, robot parts, military thing. I want a bunch of stuff I don't really. Josie. Decent bit. The wire wasn't bad. Rolling actually find more. I don't think I have that many though, to be honest. Comparatively to all this other junk. Yeah, only 181. Of them. Okay, let's see what the lottery gives me. Oh, this is a sell, not an exchange. Whoops. As I say, whoops. I guess having 23,467 in currency with them isn't bad. Yeah. Or where'd you check? Alright, well. Go against Ancom once. And I'll go for Ancom. Actually, let's start with going against Real War. Alright, Maximilian. I was pressing the wrong button. In you go. Let's go ahead and set you up with implants. See how it works. Doesn't mean it won't get you killed. I mean, I really don't. I want to see how it works for. Because if it makes normal, always show field of view, then I could put on a mod that makes it so I don't have stealth. Because really, the main reason for stealthing is to pass a whole bunch of turns by, or detect enemies. Which, if I can detect enemies in normal stand, I don't need stealth on a ton of them. I don't. Here's shotgun. I'm an agent with a shotgun. What's up to the job, son? Part of me wants to use Dragon Ball. War crimes! Little war crimes as a treat. Little war crime as a treat. Fire Indo. I know Real War's weakness is fire. One of their weaknesses is. Oh yeah. I don't need these since we're not in a world, Quasimorph world. Alright. Flora is scanned. I really do just see people. Okay. My question has carnage pattern. There's just 2 pieces of carnage pattern laying around. What are my inquiries? There's another piece of carnage pattern. You know, I'm wondering if you replace your parts with a robot part. You get shot, do you start bleeding oil depending on where you get shot? I haven't been checking. I haven't thought about it. I mean, I guess it makes some sense, but like, you're cyborg, so you still have blood pumping too. Anyway, I know that Dragon's Breath ammo is dangerous. Not to Warhead class robots. You have fire resistance, but guess what I have? Damage. SMG. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Brenty. I had the thought because I saw fire and I was like, for whatever reason, if it was switched to oil, there'd be some trouble. God, this fire is profuse. But effective. That's the one problem I see with Dragon's Breath. As much as I like Dragon's Breath, fire being everywhere is not necessarily the best thing to be happening. Believe it or not. Now, if you can get an augment that made it so you don't, whatchamacallit? You can get an augment so that you don't burn, then Dragon's Breath all day, baby. And these guys, oh, I was about to say, none of you guys have a knife. Like, I need a knife. Put up that robot back. Oil is there to lubricate, yeah, makes sense. Lubrication. You burn tears? Like me. Wait, no! That was a combat engineer, not the robot. Wasted some of the knife's charge. Get that meat out of here. Actually, I do need some meat. Never mind. Was not the worst move in the world. Mecha Marine. Wait, you're Mecha Marine. Haven't any implants. What kind of Mecha Marine are you? Oh wait, no. Wait, no. This is it.
Oh, that's alright.
Thought the whole point of the Mecha Marines was to be having mecha parts. Wait, let's go ahead and do some. Three veteran vests isn't bad. Without that ear though. This gun inflicts pain. He had 115 HP. God, being the keyword. Dragon Breath is so... or Dragon Volley again. So good. It's just dangerous because there's fire everywhere. Dude, you could carry around a bunch of water with you too. Make things a little faster, I guess. But... no, you, Asher. Carnage pattern. Give me that carnage pattern. Now we have to make our way to the carnage pattern helmets down here. There's another carnage pattern chest. Oh, there's a buffalo helmet back there. Or, not helmet, back. Can't call it that. He's good as dead. Oh. That's right. We did now. God, I love this. Love this ammo. Standing around waiting for the fire to go out is kind of a meme. Yeah, the robot. Wait, where'd I put my knife? Not the knife. You guys have a knife on you? Good job, the knife's on it. Fight me. I do not recall dropping anything. Wait, did I put the knife in the ship? Whatever, I'll use these bones. Work speedwag. Ah, that robot had a blade. Any augments? No. Loser. Damn. Give me those parts. Give me them parts. All your robo parts are belong to I. Become an obsession. Miss collectible. Leave my medical here for a moment. Go back and back up. I would very much like to get the blueprint for Carnage pattern. Very unlikely. But the gap. Hello, Kate. What's up? What is up? Alright, so then head back on over. See if we can find some more augments off some dead bodies. Oh, hello. Dude, this being able to see people with normal sense is actually really cool. Okay, so you can't see them in running sense. It does say normal. Right. But I'm burning the cow. Doing all this waiting for fires to die. Maybe you had. They should have had a robot leg. Yeah, I think I have enough servo robot leg. These manipulators, though, are things I do indeed want. That is random and weird. should have a whole AR. I'm cutting up so many bodies. Cutting up so many bodies. Now, go get the other crimson pattern before I go back to the ship. Don't want to keep going back and forth too many times. Still gotta get to Florida. And I want to take that back. Carnage potted rocks. Cooking on coffee does not sound good. Luckily, I will never know. Because I don't drink coffee. Then again, have I ever choked on hot cocoa? I feel like it's likely. That's 3 carnage pattern pieces. Shame it wasn't a full set. Hey, I'll take any piece of the carnage pattern just laying down. Better than having to loot it off the corpse of someone wearing it. Killing people in carnage pattern is not the easiest thing ever. Oh, it has fire resistance now and poison resistance. Wait, what did they change out? Okay. Never mind. Fire isn't going to be as effective against action in the future as I thought. Saw this running back and forth and waiting for fire. I'm running out of food. Might actually have to take this meat. Okay. Time to start cutting up random individuals. Oh, there's a frame. Is that 10 skin? Yeah. Okay. Well, considering a considering a PC is a personal computer, I play on both. At the same time, believe it or not. Thanks for answering the survey. No problem. I got you. This episode of Ripley's Believe It or Not. Okay, I have food. After egregiously cutting up bodies, I have food. Question is, do I want to get this frame out of here? Yes, the answer is yes. makes it sound worse. I don't know what you're talking about. Perfectly acceptable behavior in base capitalism. What do you think corpse starch is? No different than corpse starch, surely. For you 40k fans out there. I better invest. Not that. What are we to the limit? Totally a legit health alternative. We believe in clean living here, surely. Wait. You're watching a vampire. You're watching a vampire. Why are you surprised? There should be no surprise. Yum. Alright, before we continue with this floor, it is about to be break, so I will be right back in a few minutes as per our usual. See you guys in a moment. Bye. Alright, I'm back. You know, I forgot to mention it, but I was going to mention Bannerlord earlier. I Probably would have been playing Bannerlord if not for the fact that this update came out. But Bannerlord 2 has been fun. Mountain Blade 2, Bannerlord. I guess. I always say Bannerlord 2, but Mountain Blade 2, Bannerlord. I guess I could just refer to it as Bannerlord. You have to infer that it's Mountain Blade 2 because the first Bannerlord, or the first Mountain Blade, yeah, I always mess myself up. The first Mountain Blade was not a banner, or was not titled Bannerlord, right? It was like Warband, wasn't it, or something? Carnage Pattern Helmet, okay. I keep on winning. Forge had so much in it, wow. Javier. I really need to consider myself a lot of these random items. Oh gosh, dang. I had something to extinguish myself with.
I'll be happy in the future when I get what I want.
I'm safe. I'm on a nice little oasis. I'm on a nice little oasis. Can't touch me. So much burning. God, makes me wonder, why haven't I not been carrying around water while using Dragon's Breath? Red Bull, it gives Sprinty weak. Shouldn't have caught on fire, true. Sounds like you are having a time, Kate. I don't know how I can help in such a situation, but I wish you the best. I realized I did not have my secondary weapon out, or in my secondary slot. Could have been awkward. I encountered a robot. Ooh, what was that? Artificial musculature. Shoulder. This is the first time I've seen a shoulder implant. Melee damage 30%. Weapon throw range +1. You can get like up to a +2 throw range. My god, could you imagine having 2 +2 throw range implants? Using a weapon that goes through multiple enemies with throws. Just throwing down a line of enemies. God, a melee character. This augment and implant system makes it seem so much more likely that you can get by with a melee characters. You have to invest in them more. Make them more not impervious, I guess, but more plausible. But once you do get them going, it's so nasty. What's wild is me checking like every body just to make sure there's not an implant or augment on them. I can tell you I have been less I was way less inclined to randomly be checking bodies in prior updates. Like I'd take a peek real quick, and I'd be able to easily identify if something was something that I needed on a body. But with this, I have to take a little more time. I have to take more time to double check, make sure I'm looking at what I'm looking at. Already trying to recreate your throwing knife build. Brenty knows. Brenty knows. Brenty knows about me running around throwing knives in people's faces. Well. For this fire to pass. Combat engineer. Engineering degree did not do me any favors. I don't want to take this water with me now, given my current circumstances. It's my fire. More water. Water sucks. Really, really sucks. Oh, hello there. Look flammable. Question mark. She's like, what the hell is that? Like, did I not actually do any damage here? Oh wait. It's gotta be a different person. There's no way. Gotta be a different person. Had to have been two of them. Multiple bottles of water. There we go. Yeah, there's two of them. Sounded like he was about to drop a really hard beam in the metal stump. Huh? Yeah, let's pre-moisten the floor. Guys just got this pissed out for whatever reason. Ducking. Duck, ducking. And finding his sit back for a moment. That sound. He's trying to get through without going through the fire. The fire spread to her anyways. You're doomed. Hi, spot robot part. Disassemble.
I'll make something of my life and come back with success.
As good as dead. Engineer part. My engineering box part. If you just pre-moisten the floor, you can walk by it around and not have to worry about catching on fire. Another Carnage pattern helmet. I don't know why I think pre-moistening the floor sounds so funny. Are you sick? Art thou in dire health? It's taking me a lot longer to get through missions now. So you guys can guess why. Carnage Pattern boots. You know, my Pierce resistance has really gone downhill. Shadow Knight, thanks for the follow. Welcome to my... I hope you enjoy your stay. Honestly, I don't know if I'll need this much Dragon's Volley to finish the mission. I don't need the buckshots. Frame boots. Then again, I have tons of frame boots. I have frame boots at home. Unsick thyself, duck. Nail the body. We're starting to find more Wagoons. Which one do I take? I guess I could take all of them. So far into the game, got all the future tech armor. Not the farthest into the game technically, but I am definitely over the midway point, I guess, as you could say. Practice things for more water. You know, if you carry water with you, using the Dragon's Breath is fine. Very effective at killing your enemies. Just, you know, you gotta wait until the fire dies down. That's what kills you. Time. You're going up against Quasimorphs. If you're on a world that has Quasimorphosis. Extra time. Elevators over. Carnage Pattern boots? My goodness. I don't know why these boots are dropping. The tech level isn't... the tech level isn't of quality that I should be getting Carnage Pattern. Because the enemies are definitely not wearing it. What is that? You moisten the floor. Fire to die down. Having fire immunity though with Dragon's Breath would make the game probably a little too easy. Against most enemies. Not all enemies, but against most enemies. I can imagine you just rushing through levels. Freaking setting everything on fire. Reckless abandon. Election. Gosh. Want everything. I guess the PMC ration isn't a must. Oh. Die. Yeah. Robots are a little, resistant. There you go. Now it's dead. I'll wait here. Huh. My sensor has been... okay. No wonder I lost vision range. Sanctuary was punctured. They shot me in my robo head. Good thing I had a repair kit. Funny because I only have a single robot part on this character right now, so I didn't really bring anything to repair robot parts, but I managed to find engineering kits during the mission. So, we are good. Honestly, engineering kits feel little strong. I killed. Oh, there's two of them. Engineering kits feel a little strong if your entire body is mech. Then you just have 100% solvent cures, I guess. But then again, your augments come with a downside in the first place. The game will speed up again though once I find all the augments I need. Bio boosters. 20 pierce resist sounds so meh. I mean, reducing your resist. I don't even think I want to take that thing with me. Lead Cutter. Firewalker. See, this is a really cool new weapon. I've only seen it one other time. The Light Saw. Amputates when injures. Of course, it uses energy cells. If you could get the blueprint for that thing and then boost its damage up. He'd be amputating all sorts of limbs. Okay. I have too many things. I want to take that with me. Subdermal layer. Immune to laser wound. Immune to pierce wound. So, on these ones, I'm not fully sure if, when it says you're immune to a certain type of damage, if it's for your whole body or not yet. I have to assume it is. Being immune to laser wounds and pierce wounds sounds really good though. Getting wounded sucks. No use, Emma. Don't have inventory space. First things first, I gotta wait for this. I have a deep wound. Combat medic, do you? Marine, do you have? Military control. Right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and drop this. I think I'm gonna take this to the next level. And I'll call down the call down a drop pod thing. Or I want the thermal organs. Oh no. Ooh, another luxury. Never a problem to see. Marine controller. Although I am noticing there are less parts I need. I am already getting to some of these enemies like controllers. I don't need the okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go down here. Send you out. I'll be back. Hang out there. These carnage pattern boot. Carnage pattern rocks. With nothing else on this except for this sword. I'm gonna go. Eat the wagyu. Right, all capsule. CPU's over there. I assume at some point this robot is going. And then I can cut it up for parts. There, it's gonna get itself killed against this. Probably. Yep. And you didn't. Alright. Damn. Okay, another rubberized leg. We did need that. Yeah, did indeed need another rub leg. I'll come back for that. Stop. I just ran to the fire. Good for him, I guess. Oh. Awkward. Glad I didn't set that bookcase or anything on fire. I mean, she burned to death in there.
I'll make something of it.
Make it safe to this. Drop off. Implant and carnage pattern. Drop off. Frame boots. Honestly, I have so many frame boots, I don't care about. For you. Boots. An actuator. Fire resistant. Don't mind if I take those off. Another Ultra voice. I don't really care about the Ultra. This Mech Marine have Mech Marine without any imp. You can stand there. You hang out there, mister. So let's go get that Sheila leg. Oh, we got a Robo head. Ah, dang. They'll do extract. They'll do extract there. I'll put this leg in the drop. Biomonitor. Implant cooldowns -8. Interesting. So you can lower the cooldown of your biomods. There's probably a really good biomod out there. Or implants. Maybe there's some really good implants out there you'd want to do that for. But I don't currently have any that I would need that for. Currently. Time will tell. Maybe I should put that in here. Probably worth a little more than that. Well, not really. I mean, I guess maybe more than luxury lunches. Oh, hello there. There we go. They never saw it coming. Ba, ba, da, 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 ba, ba, ba. Oh, Lobo. What is a concept?
They'll pay me enough for this crap.
Generally, they don't pay enough for this. Capitalism booms. Aw. Got him in the implant. Pretty sure if you shoot someone in the implant, the likelihood of extracting it is nil. I don't know for certain, but just based off of trial and error so far and the fact that it shows as red, I think you can break the implant. Oh, reinforced epidermis. They lose shock resistance, but gain some other resistance. Med HP regeneration is reduced, which probably isn't the biggest problem. 20% is sizable, but if you're super stupid tanky, I guess it wouldn't really matter. Why this robot had a heart on it, I don't know. I'm not going to ask too many questions on that one. Right. Wait for these fires. What's it? Another very good. God, these new augment and implant system is pretty cool. Thanks for the hydrate, cheers. Mission achieved. Alright, we're done with the mission. We can GTFO. Unless I get more fire resistance, I'm probably not gonna bother bringing Dragon's Breath for a while. Issue Regenerator. Getting wound chance 200%, but you get 5 HP a turn. Okay. The practical guarantee you're gonna get wounded if you get hit? I guess? That sounds bad. I was going to say though, if you had things that made it so you can't get certain type of wounds, it might be okay. But the problem is, I believe that the implant that does some of that is in the same slot. I'll take it with me regardless, I guess. But I don't think I'll be seeing use. I don't want to kill more people just to try and salvage more implants, but also I don't want to make sure I just get out of here with what I got. But also, I don't know I'm gonna fight Real War again. Choices, man. Having a decent run of actually getting implants, though. Luck in action. That was insane. I should have the time to check out the their corpses at least. Where do you? Okay. Dying to fire. Ah, he has a robo arm. Gun arm. I guess I can stabilize the thigh with that. I cut off the robo arm. Honestly, it's not like I even use it. It didn't look like I got it anyways. Body jump. Frame. Read. Read. I will agree. Another repair kit. Honestly, if anything, that was worth coming back and grabbing. Alright, I'll go ahead and leave now. Before I do something else stupid. Pretty solid run of things. Probably could have dropped the blade to grab something else, but whatever. Item chip's not bad. Everything else is kind of trash. But to be fair, can't complain about the mission. I came out of it with a whole bunch of different implants to toy with. Along with some crimson pattern armor. Not complain about that. We are going to mechanize another person. Mechanize. The next time I can do a defense mission, I just bring a bunch of robots and let them get slaughtered, while also, you know, killing some people in the process properly, hopefully. And I can scrape up the remains. Plotting and planning. All in all, that mission is well worth it. Time. Hello, GC Josh. What's up? Out thou and thou art how. Box in there. There you go. Repair all the carnage pattern. All the carnage pattern was nice, but most of it came down. Well, all of it actually damaged to some extent. Okay, Dragon's Volley. Very effective. But also very dangerous. Enough for me to warrant breaking. Probably. Okay. Yeah. Where's... Here, ooh, they have the military thingy and luxury. No way, they want the military. I'm gonna go look at the station. Apparently there was something they added where you can, straight buy from them. I'm not sure where exactly. It has to be certain stations or... They don't have anything. They do have things that normally don't. That were not listed. So you may go take a look at the other station. Not like it takes very long. Wait, no, I've already been to this station. Whatever. I'll double check. Maybe they have another robot. Oh wait, no, I bought the robots from whatchamacallums. Ancom? Has someone. Bought him from someone. Either way, more robot. Not a bad thing. Grow my robot army. Look at all them robots. I'll be pretty set for defense missions. At least I'm hoping so. Alright. Now that I made real war mad. Ish. Ancom is happy-ish. They don't have a real war. Unlike Coven, which is not so necessary. Probably helped them against Grasshopper TE, but that's a 4 for me. And then I can do a mission against Ancom. Yeah. I'll do a mission against Grasshopper or Ancom and back to it. Something like that. I don't know though. It's not like I really want to be fighting these factions right here, right now. I do want Ancom loot. I don't particularly care that much about Grasshopper TE. I just think their guns are charming. You have a higher chance of basic item chip than most of the other factions for me right now. What's Sunlight Coven give me? Last chip. 16% for chance on the basic item chip. Mine chip chance. I do need mine chips. 0% chance that they'll give me that, but they do have it. Sales this information again. Other people still training. We'll send Maximilian, our boy, back in. But this time, let's implant him up. Since this head makes it so I can see enemies in normal mode, it doesn't matter if I go for this robot leg. They'll have more blunt fire and poison with it. Or I could go rubberized leg and get more AP. AP is kind of key. But I don't exactly have that many of these legs. Then I could reduce extra projectile and ranged accuracy, but I'd have a higher chance of getting wounded. I'd be weighing more. And I take a little more blunt damage along with losing some. This cyborg arm, volley damage, don't care about that. What else do we have to work with? Polar. How about removing my scatter? I'll try it. I'm gonna get the extra projectile first too, which is gonna be interesting. This is the time for trial. Bring out new things I do want and what I can go more military frame, which we're gonna be so heavy. Means huge society drain. Already so heavy. I think one of these reduces the weight modifier. Like it. One of these reduces blunt, right? Like 5 blunt. So this would counteract the blunt. This itself would counteract the pierce and cut. But cancels it. Kind of cancels it out. But at the same time, I'm still losing maximum health. That's the frame. I could still use a controller. Or a weight modifier. gets rid of the leg implant alternately set. Back. Cool if I could mix and match them. Understandable, why not? Controller. None of these controllers are particularly what I want. But in the sake of making myself more robotic, I'm not having to carry around humanoid medical supplies. I'll grab one. This one doesn't give me more of a weight modifier. I almost feel like I kind of need this society game. And I could grab another one that gives me weight modifier. Stomach implant. No robotic stomach, is there? This is servo form. That's a joint. Lose dodge, but get wounding chance. Servo. That'll be a better. Another weight modifier. Accuracy. Probably a better servo. This one gives dodge, but lose weapon range is not. I'm already losing so much maximum health. I'm down to 95 maximum health. Gosh. Everything's robo except for my stomach. I get hit in the stomach. It's going to be a bad time. Hello, Tiberius. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Gives weapon reload duration down, but increases scatter, which would counteract this to the extent, so I'd still have some scatter on the shot. Melee. Best wound chance or resist. As much as getting immune to pierce and laser wounds would be nice, I also don't want to drop another 10 max health. I guess I don't mind a weapon reload during. I don't have any implants that need to be. That pierce resist sounds so spooky. But given how web heavy this character already is going to be, I feel like I need it just to keep the food up. Character's a walking tank. Not at the same time. Now, if only I had more implants. Alright. My character is very robotinized now. Only thing that's not is the stomach. to my gun? Nothing. God, I have only 15 pierce resistance, huh? At minus 20 is kinda wild. It's also because Carnage Pattern's weakness now kinda seems to be Pierce. Get a good pair of Pierce and protection hands that have Pierce protection on them. Comparatively. Goes up 6. I go into Legend. Frame goes up to 18, but I lose shock protection, which doesn't matter. There's shock resistance anyways. I only have 23%. Yes. Carnage Pattern is so good though. I might have to take off another piece. Frame boots as well. Don't need more blunt. Eh. 65 blunt resistance. Honestly, Carnage Pattern is really good. But the modifiers I have for my augments, I already guess I have such high blunt resistance. Going frame is technically better, purely based off of reallocating my resistances. Now, if I took off the stomach thing, I would be in a better spot. I have so much fire resistance now. 87 fire resistance. How was 87% fire resistance? How likely am I gonna be catching fire? Could I theoretically go around with Dragon's Breath at a fine enough rate? See, testing that is risky though. As much as I want to try it, walking into fire and see how that goes. The prospect of potentially dying because of something so silly, not a great one. If I had another armor that had more pierce resistance and dropped fire resist though, that'd probably be the better. But this is the best I currently have dealing with it. Pierce. That stomach mod is so wild, but I'm so heavy currently. I think I need it. I don't know. We'll try it out. If I get killed, it's not the end of the world. It just gonna set me back a bit. Considering my stomach is still human, I think it can still get hit. I'm not sure if it gets hit through the mechanical part or not, but I think I'll take a Dr. Jones recovery kit purely for healing my stomach if it gets blown out. I guess I'll keep trying to use Dragon's Breath for now. Because the minimized risk of fire at the moment seems worth testing this. As long as I carry some water in me. Some water. I'm gonna carry my gun. There he is. Maybe I'll find more repair kits for my body and mission. I have a feeling I'm just gonna be tearing through food. Society is kind of well. Is okay, where are all my moo-moos? Okay, I'm just carrying a bunch of food. Just more ammo. That I think I'll go through all, but oh, bursting. Don't want to be using bursting. Right. Hello, Ninja Bunny. Right, before I start this mission, ad breaks here, so awkward timing. Sorry, Ninja Bunny, but I'll be right back in 3 minutes as per usual, but we'll see you in a moment. In a moment. Oh, hello, Farah. Thanks for the raid. Welcome on in, everyone. You've returned. Alright, something real quick. What? How was your stream, Farah? What were you up to today? What was this Farah VR doing? Really up to no good. Got it. I can see my sanity drain. Every time I take a step, I see the bar moving, haunting me, cursing me. It's fun, but I had tech issues. Been there. Sorry to hear though. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly next time. But you know, I'm glad you still had fun.
They don't pay me enough for this work.
Oh, that's right, I fired twice now. Oh, I'm on fire. And I'm taking apparently 19 damage a turn. Did I actually take 19? 3 damage. My fire resistance is having an effect. My fire resistance is indeed having an effect. Being shot, having fire, being put on fire. I only lost 15 health. And then I took 10 damage from the shot. All in all, I only took 25 damage from that exchange. I'm still pretty healthy. Did not mean to drink that water. They're extinguished. Make sure I'm not catching on fire. Okay. Now I reload the shotgun in one turn. Was 2 turns. Okay, so fire is not so lethal to me anymore, but I should still avoid standing in it. But just for science, I'm walking into this. See this guy? He's definitely gonna die to that. Walked into fire, or water, so I could stand on fire, taking 2 fire damage a turn. I'm fine. Okay. I was pretty spooked to try this, but it's honestly not going bad. Ooh, an AI module and a combat AR. Mind if I do? And an engineering kit. Don't mind if I do. Digger. Okay, that's a new mod I haven't seen yet. Go ahead and take that off. Give you. I mean, we got it. Subdermal layer. You have any mods on you? We didn't get the digger. Didn't get the digger. Then you guys, oh, and a robot head. Nope. Neural sonar. Head implant. 10% pain from damage. 25 turn. Low. I'm guessing that this reveals enemies on use. That is my best possible guess. It's so exciting seeing this new stuff. Drop some of this off at the ship. Catching on fire is not the end all be all for me anymore. I can catch on fire and be okay. Keyword being okay. This is fine levels. I mean, I should not actively try to catch on fire. I should avoid catching on fire. But I can catch on fire. Okay, so let's see how the Sadie thing works. I'm at 1,324. 525. Okay, so in theory I should be at 1,749. 1,849. Missed the number. But because of my Sadie effect, it should be more than that, right? 1,849. Okay. But Sadie gain was supposed to be plus 50%, which means that I should have gotten... Unless it's already 50%. Canned food is normally 600, right? Okay, yeah, no, because 525 is not what this normally is. I think this is normally 400. And this is normally like 300 or something. Okay, so it's already calculating. It calculates it ahead of time, which is fine. And it's good to know we are getting more food out of it, but we are draining hella food. My guy is just a hungry dude. From all the weight, carrying around so much weight, both in armor and their body, the frame. The robo frame I have blessed him with is also a pain. Before I go any further, is there anything on this floor I need to pick up? What am I here to do again? Okay, I already cleared the infiltration team. I can go to floor 2 if I need to. We'll see if any. So, how are you doing, Ninja Bunny? It's good to see you. Always good to have you. Sir Bunnington III. Go back to the ship one more time. Drop off this memory record, because we'll need those. Anything else I should... No. I guess I'll drop the Wagyu off. I'm gonna need a lot of health boosting items for that mission. For my guarantee that I do not fail the mission next time is just stuff my character full of food. Advantage.
Just begin to leave.
Shooting twice is kind of convenient for this gun. Purely because my shotgun has kind of been outclassed. So it's 9 through 24 times 8 currently. At the cost of 2 ammo. did get a burn this time. Still have a chance. It seems, albeit a smaller chance, I do still have a chance of getting burned. That burn gave me an infection. Yippee. Implant. Do I need me detection? That's the sonar one, right? Oh, whatever the case is, we didn't get it. Of course, it's my stomach that got the burn. I flew up. Infection should go away in a moment here. Perfectly fine. I'm just so tempted to walk through the fire now that I know I can live it, but if I keep getting infections, in the off chance that I get an infection / burn wound on my stomach, I'm not having a good time. So while I know I can survive fire, I should really still try to avoid going through it. It does mean waiting longer. Happy Basilisk. Hope you're doing lovely. Welcome on in, everyone. How's your stream? Hello, everyone. Greetings. Hi there. I'm PolitelyWicked, the virtual vampire variety and good vibes. I just like to chill out, talk to chat, play some games, having a comfy, good time. You know, we've been relaxing. I've been playing Quasimorph. Had a few deaths, but you know, we've been learning about new stuff in the game because they recently had an update. Stream was good. Good to hear. Good to hear. Another snake. What were you up to, if you don't mind me asking? Used purely for extinguish purposes. Computer is starting to stutter. Yeah, that does indeed make things obnoxious. It is getting harder to maintain steady streaming with games these days, it feels like. Some games are coming out not as well optimized, or just wanting more beefed up machines, while new stuff isn't necessarily going anywhere fancy. Going through the last bit of Rusted Moss post-game. Oh, I haven't heard of that. Had a great time. Fresh and fire. Oh no, there's a class ship in there that might burn. Well, I just hope that it doesn't. But it feels good to get the kill on people when it, when I need to, but at the same time, it is, that's true through ammo. Hello, kitty kitty. What's up? Haven't had issues with Rusted Moss frame drops before. Well, I hope it's, nothing too serious for your computer. Computer issues are spooky. I loathe the thought. Of my put out. Cyberheart. Oh, that's right. Didn't I get a Cyberheart? What happened to that? Coil suppressor, shoulder implant, range accuracy 20%. That's kind of cool. Have it reset your computer into long. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. What's the first problem with IT? What is the first thing IT will say to you when you're looking for computer hacks? Have you tried turning it back on and off again? Or is it... You'd be stupefied at just how often that actually fixes the problem. Whoa. And a glass ship. It did not burn. Could be medical upgrades. I have to wait for the fire. I love Dragon's Breath. But at the same time, waiting for fire to go out. Honestly, as much as I love Dragon's Breath, I do think the rounds in this game cause fire spread a little too chaotically. I feel like they could tone it down a little bit in the terms of its proccing such a huge fire chance. Rest well, Basilisk. Because what's, to some extent, gameplay narrative, gameplay focus-wise. Also, yes, Steve, best welcome, Basilisk. And for anyone who's new, sorry, I've just been talking about the game a lot today. But from a standpoint of, oh, this is a cool new ammo that does fire damage. And it does a good amount of damage. And it's not an endgame. It's not an endgame ammo by any means, technically, right? It does take you a while to potentially get to. Depending on your RNG, it could take you a long time. It can take you not necessarily all that long. But going through the effort of making a whole bunch of it, and trying to make use of it without constantly swapping between regular ammo and carrying two different types of ammo for different situations. It's great. It does magnificent damage. But how often I find myself sitting back waiting for the fire to die down doesn't necessarily feel great. I guess maybe that's supposed to be the trade-off for it doing as much damage as it does do. Say, hey, yeah, you're gonna do good damage, but you're gonna also have to deal with the consequences of actually setting fire to everything. I don't know, I'm trying to... This feels a little too dangerous to use. Like, I mean, I've kind of gone out of my way to, you know, have such a solid fire resistance that if I get lit on fire, it's not the end of the world, unless I'm in a tricky situation. It's gonna get me killed for sure, too, though. So even now, with 87% fire resistance, I'm not necessarily... I mean, it's almost like I'm using a flamethrower. I mean, the flamethrower, of course, it makes sense. Gouges fire everywhere. But with the frequency I'm gouging fire everywhere, it does feel a little odd. And how much it spreads. Like on this metallic floor, this fire is just spreading all over the place after a couple of shots. I don't know, if I could get to... I don't think you can get to 100% resistance at anything. I don't I assume, like most things, the cap is the cap is 95%. At 95%, you're still likely to catch fire, I'm sure. Just with how fire works and how it spreads all over the place. I don't want to catch this room on fire because I'm kind of wanting to check out the quasi-samples. It's kind of my hope that quasi-samples now have a chance to drop something you can actually use for augments or implants. Ow. Okay. There's a scratch. Oh my god. Walking into a cutter is so goddamn spooky. The fact that I did not lose a limb there is blessed. Alright, well, no augment, but that doesn't mean I can't keep trying. I shall continue to try, rather. I won't know until well, I know. Rest well, Dragon Slayer. What are you up to, Tavarius? It's gonna... Probably just gonna go trying to get to me. Wasn't expecting him to shoot that corner around that corner. Kinda surprised he got to. God, this fire is lasting forever. Although if you could get up to 100% fire resistance, which could be a potential, you know, trade-off. Say you get to 100% fire resistance, and you're gonna be weak to a whole bunch of other things. That'd be an option. You wouldn't have to fear fire. Ah, I've combusted. I don't know. It's not so bad when you have a bunch of water to light yourself on fire, but you can only do that so many times. You can only carry so much water. Maybe it's just one of those things like, okay, I know I'm gonna be doing a fire run. Let's carry a bunch of water and light everything on fire. Overall, though, I'm still really enjoying this episode. So good. I just might not use... I just might shy away from actually using dragons for creatures off. Ooh, engineering kit. Definitely want that. Get over the morphine. Don't tell Violet. Because even with regular shotgun shells, I'd probably be even more effective at something. I kill the people on the last floor. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna eat that watermelon. Take that watermelon. Eat it. Only one extra point of health, but I'll take it. Another thing though, currently one of my biggest trade-offs is that I only have 95 health by default. I've eaten a few things more, but it only does me so good. How many times today? I have full ammo. Okay. Auto is 4 shot. I mean, I already knew that, but I'm trying to. I should have counted and thought of the number before I shot. Okay, so at 24, fired 5 shots. So I just fire 1 single shot extra. So even so it's 5 ammo per shot at this. So it's always just adding 1 more ammo to the shot. It's just funny. It feels funky when you're doing a single shot because it really just doubles the. I'm on fire again. Hello, wandering disciple. Queen of fake medieval Europe. This is true. I got a victory in the. I don't know, too. A barbarian victory, I guess. I led the Valendanians to victory. They've been wounded. Let's hope. I go ahead and use a military heal. I don't feel safe. I assumed this guy was gonna come over, that's why I healed myself. The military first aid kit does not heal me. Suppose we will use the engineer kit. I'm starting all the fires. I'm using dragon breath rounds essentially. That makes me shoot fire from my shotgun, which is a lovely but dangerous aspect. It has its dangers. It's not without its potential mishaps. They may have caught on fire about a dozen times in this mission alone so far. Sheila class. Don't mind if I. Hey, another rubberized head. We've been needing one of those. It's time to call the capsule. Oh my god, I caught on fire again. When shooting in fire rounds, for whatever reason, even when you just have a chance of randomly igniting yourself too, it is at times a little awkward. Wait, why was this buffalo backpack heavier than when I just put on? No using. I did Dragonfire shotgun rounds to this game, and I caught flashbacks. Yeah, the dragon volley rounds have been in the game for a long time now. To be fair, they've been around for a good while. I've just never had the capacity to actually keep using them. I'm actually in a pretty decent spot to help them out with how the new system for thermal coating. minus 20 blunt resistance, but you get 15 fire, poison, 10 poison, and 15 beam resistance. Okay. I have all these good stuff. I've seen that. Ooh, what's this? Neurocortex. Perk cooldown 20%. There was one that straight up decreased it by 8. So on a 25 turn perk, 20% is less than 8. Unless there's like a implant that has like a let's see, I don't know, a 40 turn cooldown. No, 38. Around 38 turn cooldown. Or more. The other mod implant seems better. But yeah, we're currently playing Quasimorph because it recently dropped an update where there's implants and augmentations in the game now, so you can essentially turn your operatives into cyborgs. Of course, each augment has its kiss curse, right? Some of them, I mean, they all have a negative effect on top of their positive effect, so you might not want to add augments to them. And some cherry balls. And like earlier I was playing around with a new robot arm that turns your guy's arm into a gun. Right now I have some sort of robot head actuators, manipulators, or actuator, perpetuator, controller, frame. So everything is a robotic body part except for my stomach. I'm not sure if you can get a robotic stomach of some sort at some point. That'd be convenient for continuity's sake in terms of not having to carry around human medical components just to potentially heal your stomach if it gets hit for whatever reason. But otherwise, things are going pretty decently. The thing is, if you were to start this game for the first time, and you have not gotten the upgrades to upgrade existing guns in the game, and you for whatever reason came across the implant itself or destroyed a robot and cut it off the robot to use it as an augment, the arm gun would actually be better than most guns at the early stage of the game. And you'd be pretty satisfied using it. One of the major things it has going for it is it has 24 rounds in it. It has a double tap and a rapid fire shots. You can use anywhere from 2 to, I think it was 5 or 6 rounds. And it uses 797, so it has good pierce chance. It has really solid damage compared to early guns. The problem, and then it gives you some other stat bonuses, along with some negatives too. But you don't take durability loss on it. So early game, it can be a little troublesome to manage your durability of your guns because you don't have gunsmith repair kits out to hoo-ha like I do currently, and can just spam repair my guns if I needed. So early on, it's actually really good. But later on, when you get guns that are better, and you get the ability to straight up upgrade them, most definitely you don't care about the gun arm anymore. I'm assuming there's going to be a point in which they make it so you can upgrade augments or change them or something. That's just not the forethought of current iteration of the game because, well, the major thing was making sure augments and implants are in the game right now, I assume. And that they could retouch on, add more, and change them later. Or more systems around them. That's just my thought on it. But as of the current moment, early game is the only time you use the robot arm. I could see if you can upgrade it, it'd be really cool, and some people would dedicate to taking the time to upgrade it. If they made it so it's scaled off of something on your agent, it'd be an interesting prospect. Let's say if they made it scale according to your melee damage on that character. If they made it scale according to your melee damage on that character, you could take the time to increase your melee damage on that character through the DNA manipulation system, genome editing system. You could do that, and I think it'd be wonderful to upgrade it that way. That way, so if someone walks up to you, you could hit them with the robot arm and you do a lot of damage, or you can shoot them and you do a lot of damage. And that would be a perfectly fine trade-off in my opinion, because if anything, you're kind of still losing out just for the thematics of being able to use the robot arm, because there are other stats you can better upgrade, right? Like for a melee character in general already, the upgrading the melee stat is kind of silly unless you want to do a fist run where you're just running around punching people the whole time, and that becomes that's just a self-challenge, right? So this would just be another self-challenge and a cool way of having it done, because you're better off upgrading your pain tolerance, your health pool, your dodge chance, and some of these other stats, right? Over just upgrading your melee damage. Don't you crave the strength and certainty of steel? You should aspire the purity of the blessed machine. Your kind clings to the flesh as if it will not decay and fail you. One day the crude biomass you call a temple will wither, and you will beg our kind to save you. We are already saved, for the machine is immortal. Quinty's a cool guy. He's a cool little boy. Burning finger run. I think that'd be a cool option. If they don't plan to make it so you can upgrade the augments themselves. They do not plan to make it so you can upgrade the augments itself. I think upgrading or associating it to scale with the melee damage would be perfect. You could say, since you're augmenting your arm, your relative melee strength means your arm can take higher caliber shots. You can punch harder. You can take the punch of your arm shooting off 797 rounds with extra powder. That room's on fire. I'll leave them to their thoughts. Oh, mission complete. You replace your stomach with a washing machine. I don't know if I want to do that. Although, if it makes it so my stomach is mechanical, maybe. So I don't have to worry about carrying around a Dr. Jones kit just to heal my stomach if it gets wounded for whatever reason. I stand on my oasis, my pool of water, while they burn like the heretics they are. purge the heretic and fire and flame. But yeah, on another note, I was kind of planning on playing Bannerlord this weekend, but when this update finally dropped, I've been waiting for it for a while. I was like, I gotta play this. But I have been playing Bannerlord 2 in my own time and been enjoying it. As I mentioned, conquered Calderia. Honestly, it wasn't the hardest feat ever. I feel like there is a decent amount of luck. I do feel like there is a decent amount of luck behind it, if we're being real. I feel like I lined up the dominoes and they just fell into order and I knocked them down. From out the gate, you know, instantly being able to marry and instantly being able to marry into the clan leader's family. Not once, but twice. Then instantly getting a fief, or a few fiefs. Then, you know, just building up my force, doing my own thing while the faction did whatever. And having twins not only once, but twice. My character in Bannerlord had 6 kids. 1 kid short of getting the achievement, I guess. There's achievement for 7 kids. From what I can tell, though, is I found out, I think it's 44 woman characters in the game stopped being able to have children at the age of 44, I think it was. My character is currently 40, so there is a chance to get the 7th if I continue. But my husband actually, in the game, my husband, Bromund, which was the son of Gerhardt, who was the leader of the Vinland Indians, he actually died of old age at 51. So that happened like a few days before I finished the campaign. And then after I finished the campaign earlier, I took some time to go, ended up going and marrying one of the Crusade leaders, clan leaders, sons. So now my character is married again. So there is a chance that I still have a chance to get the achievement if I continue playing, just mess around. There's also an achievement for completely conquering every settlement, so I might go for that. But it's funny because apparently the limit is for women only though. So guy characters can apparently just keep having babies as often as they need to, which makes sense, I guess. It's how it works IRL. No, women can only have so many babies for so long. But men can go on for a while with multiple partners if needed. Random side tangent about Bannerlord. It's not even really a tangent, not a complaint. It's just a interesting look into the mechanics. It's an interesting look into the mechanics. I find it interesting that they went that far to, you know, make it make sense. I have no qualms with it whatsoever. But yeah, taking over everything in Calderia wasn't bad. So if you looked at the stats, they got cute. If you look at the stats, no, you look out. If you look at the stats in the media channel that I posted the screenshot, 16 betrayals. So there are 16 different times that I got a lord to join my side. So that helped. Straight up taking a clan away from another faction does so much in that game. So charming people to join your faction, you know, is depending on how big the family is, right? That family could be like 2 members, but you wouldn't waste your time trying to get a 2-member family to join you. There's families who have like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 members in the clan, right? You convince that family to join your family. That's potentially 4 more parties running around on the map. 4 more parties running around on the map doing things, joining armies, attacking other people. That's 4 more people who could potentially get helicoptered, and you still have enough people to keep the war going, right? So I kind of made it a point to capture and release non-clan leaders to get my reputation up with the clan leaders, of course. And then whenever I encountered the clan leader and captured them, if I could coerce them to join me, I did. Now, if they didn't join me, I just kept them in my party. I lugged them all around the world. By the end of the game, I had 8 people just chilling out with me. I was usually anywhere between 4 to 10 people, or 10 lords, just following me around. Of course, sometimes they escape. That's why it fluctuates, right? I was like, okay, if I keep these people with me this whole time, that's time that they are not going against me and my people. Having them prisoner with me means they're not forming an army and running around bothering my land. I can be more aggressive and keep attacking their fiefs. So that's what I did. I just full grandmaster strategy, planned and plotted around, weakening the bonds that the enemy normally make use of. So despite this being my despite this technically being like my first/second campaign of Bannerlord, it went pretty well. The main strat when it comes to dealing with nobles, you can always just have them locked in a prison too. I found it so that's another thing I did, is I never gave them to prisons unless it was specifically my town with a governor who I know could keep them around longer. I was never unloading prisoners in towns I was capturing. I was never unloading it to other lords who might sell them off. I always made sure they were in my custody. As long as they were in my custody, it was all good. Ooh, what's this? Give me another thermal coating. Okay. Yeah, I didn't want anyone else selling them at all. So like I said, I was taking the time to make sure I was keeping them as long as possible. Assuming that they weren't part of a faction, I was just letting go, right? I let plenty of people go. But those were specific people that I was planning on recruiting their lord whenever I ran into them. And it paid off, it worked. I played the medieval game of Game of Thrones. Well enough, I suppose. Defibrillator. But I do kind of feel like I got lucky as my game, to be honest. People definitely made it sound harder in some aspects than it was. I always pick and chose my fights very carefully. Like, I had to know that I was going to win the fight if I was going to take the fight. If I sensed any trouble whatsoever, I backed off and never got caught. Actually, a guy who ran a game as AI versus AI just to see if any of the AI were coded to conquer the whole continent. I think I saw something about that. And I believe that There's more or less just back and forth the whole time. Calorie intake minus 70%. But satiety gain 50%. Interesting. So that means your food's gonna do less for you, but you don't take as much calories away every turn. That with the stomach mod would cancel satiety gain out, but you'd take less calories. Hello, Tease. How have you been? Hope you're doing well. Implants. Robot part. We didn't get their implant. Give me your implant. Bring on all your implants onto I. I was doing good. Glad to hear you're doing good. I'm not cute though. I'm doing well enough. I kind of wanted to do VR chat tonight, but I was like, you know what? I guess I'm gonna give my foot another week. Still not feeling like totally 100% okay yet, I guess. I'm on fire. Ow. I thought I killed them. Not gonna lie, I thought we killed them. That was awkward. See if we can get more. Dang, no legs. No legs, no heads. No legs, no heads. So sad, so sad. The way she ran her the game, so I wouldn't rebel just to see if she can drag you around. I do gotta remember that my head was still in the talking about Bannerlord space, so I'm not gonna bother going in there. We're done. These wounds, I'm not gonna even bother repairing them. Get out of here, I won't have to. Although now I'm gonna have to wait some time to make sure that they heal. Well, whatever. Doesn't matter. Make stun grenades now. String 21M. Laser handgun. Bunch more mod. More robots. Hey, an AI component. Very nice. Gonna have to see how this head implant works. Wait, that was wrong. Wrong tab. Wrong tab, crunk. Where my food goes. Do not put the cyborg eye in the food pile. There you go. Right, I think I'm gonna stop messing with Dragon's Volley. As cool as it is. Prospect of carrying water around just to make sure I don't catch on fire has not necessarily liking it as much. PMC rations should be good enough to carry around now. Alright. Ad break's about to be here, so I'll be right back in a moment, guys. As per usual. About 3 minutes or so here. Bye. Alright, I'm back. Thank you for the waiting, guys. But yeah, the Banner Layer 2 campaign just felt like it went really well. I was an influence earning fiend. There was a good amount of time where I was just sitting around 5k influence. Multiple times I was just sitting around 5k influence and I was just throwing it around like money. Dishing out that influence. I did not realize it till about halfway in. Because there's this whole aspect where I was just kind of throwing some money at people every now and then to try and keep my relationship with them. Because I was worried about people potentially leaving my faction. Because I did things they didn't like as much. Because again, I had a lot of influence. So they were, so a lot of the time when I when I captured a city or a castle, I would, show mercy. There's a decent amount of lords in, Vendinia who don't like that. And there's also, apparently it seems more likely that the same people who don't like that are also the same people who are usually more willing to turn tables. Same people who are willing to betray their lord and join my side are also the same people who typically are more inclined to not be merciful when capturing them. So there's this time where I just stopped joining armies. Unless it was absolutely necessary, unless the enemy was bringing a force of 1,000 towards my doorstep, I just avoided creating armies. The only reason I created armies was to destroy other armies, for the most part. There are a few times where I continue to use armies to capture a city, but for the most part I tried to avoid going into armies with people and spending my influence on convincing people to be merciful. With all that influence though, about halfway into the game I realized you could actually, there was a time when I looked at the setting and I was like, spend your influence to give the other clan influence. I was like, okay, I guess if if one of the lords are struggling to maintain an army or do anything with their influence, I guess I could help them out. I don't know why I really bother doing that. Seems like most of the lords are fine with their influence. Then I realized you actually get relationship bonuses when you give your influence to the other people within your faction. At that point, once I realized that, never was anyone below 80 or 90 relationship with my house. I made sure to constantly dish out my excess influence. I never reached under 1,000 influence. I was anywhere between 1,000 to 5,000 influence at a time. And I just kept throwing influence at my faction people and making them all good. Very happy with me, yes. I think I have a lot of people who are considered friends now. But I don't know. I found out a lot about the game. I still don't know all that much. I feel like all considered compared to like a professional when it comes to Bannerlord 2. No, someone who's well endowed in all things Bannerlord 2. I'm nowhere near that level, I feel. But I feel like for being my first foray into the Mountain Blade series, I feel like I came out of it with more knowledge than most people probably do on their first few campaigns. So, Thanks for the hydrate, Tiberius. Hydration achieved. Anyways, back to space. we have here? There's no production. They only drop stuff off here. Oh, they have some chips. Don't mind if I do. Dang. I will get Kenzie one of these days. One of these days again. I will get Kenzie. Surprised I haven't gotten Kenzie yet. I actually technically started... I realized in my campaign that the trade system is really in depth. Like beyond my understanding at the moment depth. I actually did start another little silly campaign where I was just messing around trading, going from town to town, doing nothing but trading. But I didn't really play it too much. But I have realized, I do know, it is known to me that the trade system is really in depth. From the prices, the prosperity, the quality, the quantity, the area, the workshops. The workshops in themselves are still an enigma to me. I tried to keep them constantly fed with materials, but sometimes they still wouldn't produce stuff because I guess, you know, they have to make sure they turn a profit. I don't know. Trade system is interesting. It was interesting though, going from the it was interesting going from the point of, okay, I'm going to stop at every single tournament I can do. I'm going to try and win every single tournament that I can, so I can either upgrade myself with the prize or sell the prize to make some more money, feed my troops. And then I'm going to stop at every bandit who comes along the way and just happens to be in my path, take all their stuff and go sell it as soon as I can, just to keep my party upkeep going. It was interesting to go from that aspect to, yeah, there's a tournament in that town, whatever. There's bandits running around, there's like 3 hideouts here and 12 different bandit groups running around. Yeah, I don't care. I gotta get to somewhere. I gotta be on the other side of the map right now. Oh, I'm gonna go try and take that thing. And then I'm just making money off of my towns. I was not hurting for much when it came to maintaining my income when I became the Lord of the Faction. Like my second year as the Lord of the Faction is when I was like net positive on my income. There was a point where I was making 17,000 money, or 17,000 a day, just off of my fiefs. Near the end of my campaign, my income per day was around 1.3k. My party was expensive. I had a party of over 300. I actually got to the point, I know we mentioned it before, but I actually got to the point where I could have a party of 400. My max party size was somewhere over 400. Is somewhere over 400 currently. I myself was going around with a group of 300, crushing armies of 300. So that's what I kind of more or less dedicated my time to, was I was either sieging, backdooring castles and towns by myself, or hunting smaller, like 100 groups of hundreds. Like I was knocking off the guys who had like 100 troops in the army before they could get to join a bigger army. The upkeep for my party was like over 8k. I think I think the upkeep for my party hit 9.3k at one point. It was definitely over 8k at one point, for sure. No doubt about it. But that was that was just the cost of, being a world leading power, right? Probably how I, took over the world in 18 years. I just had the most elite army possible and kept going. I always had a minimum of like 50 prisoners following me. I had anywhere between 50 to 120 prisoners following me at any time. I came to realize though that my speed was just getting bogged down by carrying too many prisoners, and I could not convert that many people anyways. I came to realize that it was taking me a long time just to convert one person to join my party. So I was like, okay, so I'm going to cap these units at this amount. I'm going to cap this units at this amount, and I will deal with it later. I'll just sell the rest of them. I'll sell the rest of them. And it started working out. I got faster again, and I was making a little money more. Well, when I was making 17k a turn, maintaining an 8k level army was okay. It's fine. Not even an army. My party. My party's wages were 8k. Again, didn't matter. Didn't matter. As some of you can tell, I'm really enjoying Bannerlord in my off time. Here's a piercing throw weapon. This one's an accurate throw. I'm curious if there is a accurate throw, piercing throw weapon. If there's a weapon that had both piercing throw and accurate throw, oh boy. Danger. I really want to set up a good melee character. I just don't feel like I have the right characters for it right now. I could make a character more right for it, but it'd be so expensive, and I don't know if I could get them fully there. I really just want Kenzie. Once I get Kenzie, I can do it. Have a really good melee character. Anyways, where am I with Anthem? 91, 75. Grasshopper TE. 67. Right, so I can do a mission for Grasshopper TE. Control. Control is a defense mission, isn't it? Right? Protect the points. I think I do try that. Protect a cargo, yeah. So this is where I get Mirzo. My Trift in the heavy weapons is good. You know, the robot armor is considered a heavy weapon, or a rapid fire weapon, I think. See, the Punisher is 20 to 40, whereas the robot arm is 38 to... Or, is it 38 to 40 as well? I don't remember. See, that's the thing about Bannerlord too, right? Is like, you can do so many different kinds of runs if you want to. You can challenge yourself in different ways, and it's only going to increase. Like, I picked the perfect time to get into Bannerlord 2 because of June, right? This is the time where I can just play out, mess with things, and learn the systems, and then, you know, be on a decent level. By the time June comes around, the new expansion will launch, and I'll be able to sell the seas and learn all those new mechanics and see how that ties in with it. See, my problem is I don't know if this gets the bonuses. Only 18 to 24 now. Wait, no. Is it? It says melee damage. This is when you smack people with it. You can actually equip this in your melee slot. So it's weird because you don't get to see the actual damage modifier. It's because it tells you the damage if you were to pick it up and smack someone with it. That's what it tells you. Either way, I'm gonna put the implant in and see how it works. Although, I don't want the weight modifier to be too... Well, I guess it doesn't matter in a defense mission as much. Because honestly, a decent bit of it is just waiting. Enemies to show up. We go for this robot leg. And reduce the weight on it. Offset it, I guess. But then I can't go into running stance. That's right. That's the difference with that leg. Oh wait, the spider paw, the leg implant. Ah. The more you know. It doesn't reduce health. Kinda funky. Okay. In any case, I need to be able to run. I think I will go with the military thing. I bother with the military head. I lose more max health. I lose some field of view, but that usually doesn't really matter. Sure. Wait, didn't I get another rubber head? Probably not. Misplaced that. I could have swore I got another rubber head at some point. Military intelligence. See, the thing with field of view is, it doesn't cost you anything. Field of view is almost a little bit of a meme. It's more of a convenience factor, because it doesn't cost you anything to turn around. You can turn around and check all your angles without progressing the action or turn. So... does not really matter. Right, well. Take the vest slot, sure. Sure. Because really with this, part of the hope, I guess you could say, is that I'm not even actually taking damage at all anyway. What part am I looking for? The servo, that's right. The servo. Winning chance. I mean, I don't need a servo. Actually, I probably don't want a servo. All of these are kind of trash. Although a spider joint. Guess we can keep that as a human body part. Right. My blunt resistance is once again up high. This is the point where we put frame again. With robot parts, you just kind of frame it up. Guess cut is the only area I'm lacking. Like the cut of your GMG. The Cerberus map. None of these are gonna give me more cut while giving me the stats I want. The Panzer heavy armor would. The problem with switching to the Panzer heavy armor is I have more reload time. I believe the robot arm takes 4 turns of reload. The veteran vest cuts that down by 2. I forgot to adding any of these. I don't think I want to mess with those right now. Defense is fine. Probably. Maybe. Hopefully. Hopefully, probably, maybe, hobbly. Hopefully, wobbly, wobbly. Hopefully, blah, blah, blah. 797 is actually not low comparatively to everything else. I guess I could start making a bunch of 797. I was hoping to get 797 AP before that, though. I would like to... I'd like to just be able to, well, craft 797 AP. Superior bullet, comparatively. I guess I'll just take in. Anything else I feel like I'll need? No. I think that's it. You know what? Take 2 cans out. Switch to an MRE. Surely an enemy's gonna have a knife I can peel off their body to cut the people up. Surely I don't need to bring in a knife. One of my enemies is gonna have something sharp at some point. Now, we've done that. We stock up. Okay. Two more in there. Think I have enough robots, guys? Right. How about it? I have a whopping 85 health right now. It's kind of wild. Right. So the first protection's area. There's 3 different protections. Alright, well. Honestly, when I go in here, I don't know where enemies are gonna spawn. So... just drop you guys here. Target will... hang out there, lady. Lady bot. Alright, I'll be in here. Huh. There's some lag going on. I assume because of all the robots I summoned. The robots taking their turns. There's most definitely stuff going on out there. And I can't tell if enemies are about to be on me though, because I can't be in sneaking stance. Someone's definitely shooting at my robots. I should have taken the sonar eyeball thing. Oh my. It's a pile of remains. I guess the robots are doing work. Oh, hello. So 18 to 36 right now. So it does not look like I am getting bonuses. The augmented limb, which is kind of sad, but not the biggest problem. Still pretty cool to be just shooting with a robot arm. Guy's good as dead. How many more guys are gonna come? Definitely more showing up than I thought. Hell of a turn, they won't kill over themselves. Getting to me. Yep, he died. gosh. Honestly, I didn't expect there to be so many enemies. And there's still more. Yeesh. I knew there was gonna be this many. I might have brought some different things. Oh my god, it's still coming. Eat. I didn't eat some food. Oh my god, there's enough for another flesh pile. Sheesh. Please tell me you're the last one.
Take him down.
Answer is no. I may not have brought enough ammo. Maybe bad. Still not done? Oh my god. This is only a 3-star mission. Why so many dudes at this one point? Okay. And I'll be in here. Spirit is a bit of a blessing. Okay. We made it. Sheesh, dude. Sheesh. What I have to say about this. Okay. There is the potential I could still make it. The Shiba generator. That was the one that seemed kind of like mean. Either way, could still get out of here with some. Well, the character may not get out of here, but I could still drop off some stuff and not shoot. Still get out. The fire is spread. Burn to the witches and silly turret. I don't know if it's still in a game where a turret caught on fire is just gonna keep the fire going. There's this thing where turrets catching on fire will just eternally burn. So, cause the area around them to eternally burn. I don't have anything to put the fire out. doesn't look like any of these random dudes do either. Alright, turret's alive. Yes, there we go. We're getting some of the stuff we wanted. I'll come back for these. As long as they don't catch on fire anyways. Actually, instead of leaving them on the floor, let me put this on this guy's body real quick. They don't burn to crisp. I'm gonna toss these in here. I'll come back for them. Or have this up. There we are. It's much harder to put out an electrical fire. Teslas. Okay, fire spot. Rifling through corpses, looking for augment. As it should be. What was theirs is mine now. One job. It was not the implant though. Alright, Sheila class. Be apart real quick. Sorry. Whole reason I bought these robots on this mission. Tear them apart. When they died. I have to come back. I'll be back. Gosh, sound like that one. There's an arm. Maybe a little silly of me, but I think this is a good tactical choice, honestly. For getting robo parts that I need, I want. Definitely sending the AI thing home. I'm gonna put my gun down so I have more space to carry back and forth. Come back and... Oh my god, I just used a med kit. Misclick, misinput. There's a misinput. Enigma turret will come in handy. I'll actually use that. Rubberized head, there we go. More Enigma turrets, my goodness. Don't mind if I do. Hey, a medical kit. Neural jack. Perk XP mod plus 80%. How I can take it. While that sounds neat, when you unlock, if you get this before you unlock the training range, it could help you max out skills early on really quick. Okay. Do not, however, need it now, as it's more efficient for me to just let my guys train in the training room that I constructed. And they get the skills without having to worry about going into combat. There you are. Very kits. I already tear you apart. I did. Oh, another head. Heads will come in handy. Brings a whole different meaning to head. Well, actually, it's probably a pretty apt use of headhunting. It's a very apt situation for headhunting. Which I do not mind. Anyone I have. Oh, there's another head. Heads will roll. Heads will roll. Da da da. He does it. He's. Remind me as I slip on insanity. My Yuri, your random word is inoculation. I don't know why, as I never knew. Never knew. Okay. You. Welcome back, GP. I imagine you just been lurking. What you been up to? Alright. These heads in here. I guess I don't need the cigarette that much. Comparatively to I have an abundance of heads. Seem to have 7 of those already. 4 of that. 0 of that, so rid of these 2. Plus these also are whatchamacallit. But for the military leg, I think. Then again, the military leg itself doesn't give dodge chance. Even though the part of the leg does. Interesting. Dodge chance. I think the arm more. Everything I can. I think I need to do this. Melee accuracy on these is really good. I don't think it's counting these towards what I have in my... Yeah, it's not. If I take these, I'll have 5. I don't think I really need that, but Neural Jack's cool, but I don't really need it. Probably better if I need that scientific data in the long run. I'm not cute. You're cute. Learning programming stuff. You have your programming socks on, GP. Did dudes come all the way from over here? Cable's right. Okay. Too expensive. Actually. And there. You know, I can't remember the last time I did anything related to programming. Technically. Oh, hungry. Soon. No longer hungry. Okay. I'm in the doorway. Now I have to go back and get my robots. Did I take the two out of shit? God, knowing how many more dudes are about to come at me. First wave was something really unexpected. Wait, I do have more room. Duh, I had to take these out of here. These vaporized flames are kinda meh. I'm putting more arms and legs in there probably. And dudes. I mean, I do some stuff that's tentatively related, but it's not actual like, programmed. Stuff that's already been programmed. Right. I know some of you guys have MREs. Somewhere's weird. Give me your food. Actually, I have to sit a decent amount of time, so. Starvation. More likely than I thought it would be. These augments on the weight. Way heavy. Really does add up. Alright, robos. Eat, drop, and calculated. I played that right. We're more or less ready for the next setup. Hopefully. I'm sure there's gonna be another sword, so I'm just gonna get my rifle out. Leave that sword there. If I need the sword, I can always come back. But the robots I deploy are going to have sharp weapons anyways, so like, whatever. You have a drug package on you? It's a random robot I deployed had a package of drugs on them. Nothing weird about that. You don't have any. Leaves me with 4 more. Enough. Probably not, but alright, I'll be in here. Good luck, droids. I have a random piece of. Don't need that. You're finna send, dude. Stuff is definitely happening in there. Or out there. Meanwhile, I'm just tucked in my corner. All the Marvel Rivals category profile picture. Guys at Marvel know what they're doing. It's not even the guys at Marvel. It's, you know, I'm sure Marvel has some level of saying, okay, fine, good job. Good job. People on the Marvel Rivals team themselves were doing some, you know, fancy marketing. God. Still not over. Oh boy. My droids did not last long enough. I think there's still some birds out there. Or robots out there. Yeah, there are definitely still some robots out there somewhere. Oh, coming. God, it's a bloodbath out there. I've created an interesting situation, it feels like. Sword, I'm not afraid of him. Fire, he's dead. And they're still coming. How many men have to die today? How many men are you gonna send after me and my robots? God, when will it end? They keep coming. I'm almost out of ammo. Boy. Give me some of that ammo. Need any gun. Okay, we got a new turret. Better gun. Less bullets. Less bullets. It hasn't ended yet. Okay, doing better gun. I'll leave that there just in case. Ammo just in case. None of these guys are using 797. This is where my robo limb is not coming in handy, that is for sure. Ah, there's some 797. Praise. Praise. These two guys have to die today. At least, yeah, you're right. You're right. More in there, 797. The mine, I'll take the mine. Where are they at? Ah, there's implants for days, though. I survived this wave. I should. Will be good. Alright. Well, ad break's about to be here, so I will be right back real quick. Sunday cookout, for sure. It is an 8-hour mark, but I want to finish this mission at least. So we'll let the ad break play. I'll be right back real quick as we finish off this end here. Ad's almost done. Back, more or less. People will be back with us. Why is this wave not over yet? Worries me. At least have ammunition. More turret. Playing tower defense. Playing tower defense. Never have enough ammo. Skipping turns, skipping turns. Thank you for the welcome back, skipping turn. Oh, Bacteria got this guy. Oogie. Let's see. And start cutting up bodies. And give me that. Before I do that, let me set up some robots over here. I'm curious how far in the map these things come from. Fabric? There are dudes over here? What? Wild. Wild. What does happen to have a head on him? Right? I'll bet you are. Guys coming from all over, I guess. And on business, robot. All these robots. That's the one saving grace so far. My saving grace has been that these guys are happen to drop robots as well, and stuff. I can keep on placing stuff. Discharge chamber, stomach implant. Reload duration, 15. Okay, so it does something. Wait. Discharge chamber on your stomach. I don't know if I even want to know. Oh, I don't know if I even want to know. Fabric frames. Looting guys completely out of a different area than where I should be right now. He just happened to jump in. Hey, this one has a gun. And then business side. I'm gonna drop my gun here so I can transport stuff. Okay. Set up a bunch of robots. Welcome to the Politely Chop Shop. I will eat your food, sure. You got any mods? No. And on here. First aid kit, very cool. Defibrillator, sure. I will use that on someone. Have a mod, let me cut that out of you. Oh, didn't get one. Yeah, I have something. Those are ones I want, I guess. Right. Up on here. Doing that. Blah. 797, we will take that. Actuator. Kilo class robot. This well enough. Biotic lungs. You don't need this ammo. Okay, well. Thanks, man. Nice try. I'm gonna call the capsule in. Even though we have the ship is already near full. But this is explicitly a mission to farm as many of the robot parts as I working out wonderfully. We're gonna get out as many as I possibly. Yeah. Curiosity is continuing. All filled up. Thanks for food. Before I continue looting these bodies, I know that there's a turret. Room. There's another turret. Oh, there's another. Oh, we do need that military head. Mostly just looking for the extra turrets and robots real quick because I want to set those up and I'll come back. I'm gonna drop that mine there. Not gonna drop it because I don't want to carry it around right now. I'm gonna try to carry around everything else. Yeah, you can hang out there, AR dude. Excuse me. This is where I saw a flame turret. Who are you? You just have a billy gun. Obviously, you have a decent gun. Wouldn't take their ammo. Although I don't expect this person to live very long. But, whatever. Gonna give you all that ammo. Congratulations, you're alive again. And attack at will. Be ready to intercept some dudes. Defibrillator power. God, this mission is getting so nutty. Normally it's just brute force, shoot as many guys down as you can, but god damn, are they sending army at me right now? I want every potential thing I could have with it. Back to hunting mods. Anything I on it. Another rubberized leg. I think we have enough of these arms. We're not gonna use that one. Really, the legs we'll end up using more of the 4 AP. Yes, Ninja. I'm looking for you. I'm on the lookout. Aerial sonar. That's right, I was supposed to try that out. Military arm. I only have 2 of them. I do want to keep. But there's flame turret. Knew I saw one somewhere. First things first. go ahead and go back to the ship. Hop off whatever I can. I am making the biggest use out of whatever I can. I want my augment to be stocked up so I can play with them. Switch them out as needed. We have 2 arms in there. It's no cat, so I'll have 4 arms. Don't need that many hands. I feel like you use the whole leg and not necessarily the one specific. So using that's not a big deal. Keep that. Keep the manipulator. And the eyes. I do want the eyes. I don't know exactly what they do yet, but I want to find out. Oh, actually, servos. I do feel like we want the servo. What I hear? Discharge chamber. I don't have any of those. I already know what Ultra Voice does. Wasn't really impressed. 1 hit, but there's 4 right here. Okay, these are... And hopefully I live to tell the tale. The amount of robots and turrets and stuff I've set up, though. I'd be impressed if I died. My most comprehensive defense yet. A bunch of these guys had Hawkman. Not as much implant as I was hoping. I like this. Who knows, maybe that's really good. Okay, I'm almost out of it. That's good that I got that. Oh. Hello, more robots. And turrets. I did not check the giant pile. Whoops. Dangerous words. We'll find a way to kill you. Yeah. Well. The AI thing I definitely need to get out of here. I'm gonna have to go all the way back to ship. Before I do that, I'm gonna put more turrets down. Back and forth is so real. Another memory thing. Thanks, Sheila. Oh my god. Get out of my way. Last ditch effort flame turret here. I have so many robotic friends. I think I'll be fine. I think I'll be fine. Shopping. Okay. Get back. Purely to deliver that AI module. But I think this military frame a little more important. Servo. I don't need this farm anymore. I'll keep the rest on me, just in case. Hopefully I find my AI chip in my next bout with enemy. Doom food. We can hope. I still haven't finished looting all these corpses. There's so much loot. I didn't expect them to send this many dudes at me. Would've. I'm pretty sure this was only a 3-star mission. Could be wrong about that, but I could have swore it was 3 stars. I don't think 3 stars would cause this much of a motion. VR. Yippee loot, yeah. Yippee loot. I do like loot. I complain about loot. I only complain about the massive amount of enemies that they sent at me. He's you. You. I don't need that. That. Dang, we didn't get another leg. There's an ultra voice and a vibe monitor. Okay. Another frame. Alright, where's the MRE? There we go. Need that, don't need that. I think that's good enough for now. Clearly they go through there. If they don't, well, I guess I'm gonna have to shoot my way through a wall on the way out. Alright, another bloodbath is about to begin. Round 3. Right. Definitely some lag going on here. I don't think the game expects you to usually use this many companions. God, someone already made it. All of that. There's no way all those robots are already dead. There's someone this close. My door. Oh, that mine didn't go off. I guess they didn't spawn over there. Definitely combat still going on. I'm surprised someone made it to the fire thing before all of this finished. I don't know what the spawning mechanic is like. We are giving it a solid go. Oh gosh, this mission is taking a lot longer than I thought it would. That is for sure. Some of my robots survive. Clearly, some robots still kicking out there. Else there'd be people in here already. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen people start coming to that door yet. It's a relatively defensible position. Even if people start coming to that door, I should hopefully be fine. Still a little bit of lag. And I mean, you guys can't tell, but me and my being in the game in terms of ending my turns, I can tell there's some stuff going on. Maybe I don't see anything. There's not really been any new blood spill. Let's go for it. I feel like I almost have to go peek my head out. My only guess is something is blocking the path. Enemies are chilling back, maybe? I don't... Seems too quiet out there. The blood stains have remained pretty much the same. Another problem is... can't do the peak thing. Okay, so robots are still alive. There is still some lag. My only guess is the enemies are stuck somewhere. Oh. Okay. I think some guys went all the way down there to fight the turret I left over there. Only explanation I have as to why this is taking so long. No math on the weekend. It's been written into Noodleman's Code of Laws. No math on weekend, only comfy. Something is still going on somewhere. I have no clue what. Hey, an integrated magazine. Kind of funny to think that you'd have a magazine in your hand. Not by grabbing it, but physically inside of your hand. problem is, my mission is to defend this point. So I'm supposed to be waiting here until I kill all the dudes on the map. Not necessarily that I need more loot. Oh, it's that I'm supposed to be protecting this cargo. I just accidentally shot. Until all the enemies are dead. But they're supposed to come at the cargo. Someone's stuck somewhere. Something's stuck somewhere. You guys got a grenade. That command unit. At least someone's got a grenade. Sorry about that, dogs are barking. As, you know, dogs sometimes do. Watermelon. I swear one of these guys had a grenade on him. You know they can do. Oh, I got it. Oh, hello. Wait, were they seriously not coming through because of the mine? Did they somehow sense that the mine was behind the door and they weren't going through the door? Is that what really held them up this whole time? Okay, well, on. Assuming a few people at least are coming this way. Minding your own business. Something like that. Things are going on again. Oh my god. Can't believe they wouldn't go over the mine. Oh, they're here. Oh my gosh. Did they really make it through my robots? Fast? Wild. Got shocked. Oh. Oh my god. Dude. I can't believe they wouldn't go because of the mine sitting in the doorway. Or something. Either way, I technically got more out of that than I lost. Honestly, dude, the amount of people they were sending at me was kind of crazy. It was only a tier 3 mission. That was only a tier 3 mission. That's something I'd expect from like a tier 5 mission. I may have lost the fight, but I got out with more mods than I went in with. And that's what's somewhat important. I also got 2 AI discs. Very good. What did this do? Melee damage, weight modifier. Very good. Ah, hello Heavy. Hope you're doing well. That's all good, Tainted, because I am actually ready to end here. I just wanted to finish that mission. A little bit of an anticlimactic end. That mission. Did think I was going to get through that, but I don't know what happened with my enemies just filing in that end. I think it ended up spawning all the enemies, the waves, and they just kept coming in to that for some reason because of the mine. Something happened weird. Something wasn't quite right. I guess that's all. I think it was too many enemies, so it was way too many enemies for a 3 skull mission. Granted, the person I had defending wasn't like set up to be anything amazing. The robot arm actually was kind of a hindrance. But you make do with what you have. That look on the faces of the dock crew as they receive the expo ship filled to the brim with arms and legs and no mercenary on board. A pretty funny thought, Bernty. Bernty is pretty witty. Does some good stuff. Thinks of some cool, good, funny things. Who am I reading? Alright guys, I just want to say, as per usual, thank you so very much for another chill stream. I enjoyed playing Quasimorph. I hope you guys enjoyed watching my silly space adventure. There we go. I will be back, same bat time, same bat hour not next weekend, tonight. You can see in my about section, I have a timer that should auto convert to your time zone / time when I am streaming. And then if you're new here, If you're new here, I also have a Discord. I saw that someone joined the Discord today. That was cool. If you want to join my Discord, all good. If you don't want to join my Discord, all good. It's just there. If you want to make use of my emotes on Discord, you can do that. If you want to talk to the community, my community, fills up the chat with some miscellaneous things here and there. We have a channel that we have we have a channel that's dedicated to tabletop stuff. So like D&D, mostly 40k. To be honest, that channel was mostly filled with 40k stuff, but my intent was to be, you know, any all table type stuff, right? You're more than welcome to take a peek. Sometimes Dragon Slayer and people post their armies that they're working on in there. Cool stuff. But yeah, we'll be back same bad time, same bad hour, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye for now, guys. Bye-bye for now. Have a good day, night, sleep, rest, work, whatever time it may be for you. Wishing nothing good things. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.